We are living in a very connected yet disconnected world. We need to be networked. We need to use our mobile devices to be connected. Yet, we need to be disconnected to reduce screen time. So I'm going to ask you a very simple question before we start this conference. How many people physically present at this conference? Please raise your right hand. Can I see right hands go up? And along with that, keep the right hand up. How many people mentally present at this conference? Raise your left hand and join both hands and give yourself a big round of applause, everybody, because that's the best exercise that we can do at this conference. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to E4M Health and Wellness Marketing Conference 2024. I am your host for this conference and the awards for tonight. My name is RJ Rahul Manjal. Yes, today I come out of my radio box straight into this Health and Wellness Conference because this year's theme is the interplay of culture and wellness, embracing diversity in global health. Understanding how culture affects the health and overall well-being of individuals and communities is crucial in addressing health disparities around the world. Our goal today is to explore how individualized and culturally competent healthcare services can promote inclusive wellness and improve global health outcomes. But before we begin, let's get the excitement and the adrenaline rush going on social media. Yes, we need to be connected. So our hashtag is right there. It's hashtag E4M Health and Wellness. Make sure you tag our Exchange for Media page on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and X. But before we start, we'd like to thank our partner, our lanyard partner, MyFM, India's local FM network. We're going to have a very interesting jingle playing right now. Can you have a listen to the jingle?
गुड मॉर्निंग साहब, लीजिए आज का न्यूज़पेपर।
क्या टाइम हो रहा है?
साहब 8:30 है, थोड़ा सा ही तो लेट हुआ है।
थोड़ा सा? तुम 8:30 को थोड़ा सा बोल रहे हो? बच्चे स्कूल चले गए, मैंने नाश्ता कर लिया है और तुम बोल रहे हो थोड़ा सा लेट।
अरे अरे, ये तो हाइपरटेंशन से हाइपर कुमार हो गए। आप इसी तरह हाइपर कुमार ना बने, इसीलिए आइए सुनते हैं ये डॉक्टर साहब की सलाह।
मैं डॉक्टर आरपीएस भारद्वाज, एक्स प्रोफेसर हेड ऑफ कार्डियोलॉजी एंड एक्स डायरेक्टर एलपीएस इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कार्डियोलॉजी मेडिकल।
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome a gentleman on stage who needs no introduction because wellness is his favorite topic. He's an ocean of knowledge. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome the chairman and editor-in-chief of BW Business World and Exchange for Media, one and only one, Dr. Anurag Batra. Let's welcome him with a thunderous round of applause to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be at the 5th edition of the E4M Health and Wellness Marketing Conference. It looks like it was an idea that I gave to Nawal almost 5+ years back. One day, I mailed him like I do all my colleagues who work with me. They get 1 or 2 mails from me in the day. I get an idea and mail them, and the idea has come a long way. So thank you for being here. I'd also like to take the opportunity to welcome Mr. Sandeep Verma, who's the country head for India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka for the consumer health business of Bayer. Sandeep, thank you for being here. Also, I have 2 of my senior colleagues from BW Business World who are part of the senior leadership at the BW Business World, BW Healthcare World Community, BW Health Wellbeing World Community, and we're launching the BW Pharma World Community. Mr. Harbinder Narula, who's our CEO for Healthcare and Wellbeing, and will also lead the pharma vertical is here. And Ms. Bilkis Thakwi, who's a business head who leads BW People and also works with Harbinder on healthcare, well-being, and pharma is here. So thank you for being. I missed them in Bangalore 2 days back. I couldn't make it, but I'm glad I'm here. And I'm glad I'm talking about health because that's what's on my mind. And it's not Rahul, when you're the host, Rahul, I'm the host, so to say, hosting you guys, but Rahul is the host, so Rahul can pump me up. But health is on my mind. I just got up from a very heavy fever for 2 days, and it didn't in my spirit to come to Bombay today morning. I took an early morning flight, And I'm glad I didn't take an evening flight yesterday because I would have needed a boat to get from my home in South Delhi to the airport. And I don't own a boat yet. But those are the New Year gifts I plan to give to my friends this year, especially both who live in Delhi or Bombay. Why should Bombay be left behind? Okay. Of course, the people in Chennai already and Bangalore already own boats. But on a serious note, me and Harbinder and Sandeep were discussing the state of our cities. I met some people in the flight. Definitely, we are getting more prosperous. Definitely, we have everything available to us. But the quality of our cities and the infrastructure is really not being able to take the density of people, the density of cars, the the increased mobility is creating pressure on our cities. And one of my senior colleagues lives in a certain sector in Noida. I don't know what sector. When I woke up at 5:30 a.m., I had a text from him telling me that there's been no electricity in Noida, in his sector at least, and many other sectors. He and his family have been sitting in their air conditioning car to at least avoid the heat and humidity from the kind of weather. So I don't know what is wellness. If the environments around us are like this, how will we create wellness? But I was reading a book on Stoics on the flight, and the real wellness comes from inside, literally, even when there is chaos outside. And that's a skill I want to master. Coming back to why we are doing the E4M Health and Wellness Marketing Conference, we are doing three things at E4M. Our core is marketing. We report on brands, brand builders, brand makers, marketeers. So we'll continue to do that. And in many regions, there are many brands that do good work in many cities. So we have our E4M Pride of India Awards and E4M Pride of India Conference to be able to go to multiple cities and look at the local regional brands that have become big or are becoming big. Second is, what we are doing is that very important for us is also the media domain. So clearly in the media domain, we have our Hindi site for the last 15 years called samacharformedia.com. And we have, for example, we have our Samachar for Media 40 under 40 on 12th of August in Delhi at the India International Center. This is the third edition. All the entries in the awards are free because we saw in the first two editions that the big organizations put in a lot of entries and they're quality entries, but they dominate the 40 winners. So this year I must tell you that the jury meet happened on the 27th. Shri Shashi Shekharji, who is the editor-in-chief of Hindustan, was the jury chair, and a panel of eminent editors and journalists from the Hindi domain. They judged, and out of our 40 winners, it represents 17 organizations. So it's not a small pool. Of course, there are certain organizations that have showcased more excellence. So again, at the journalism level, this is on Monday. On Tuesday, we have the Exchange for Media 40 under 40, and on Wednesday, on the 14th, we have the Exchange for Media Urdu Journalism 40 under 40, which is the second. So the key is marketeers, media, and of course the agencies. Agencies are very important, media agencies. We started as a narrow media planning buying site 24 years back, breaking every story in that domain. And the ad agency. So clearly we have our Mavericks Awards in our IDMA, IMA. The larger agencies tend to have a sway because of the kind of clients and the body of work. But there are enough independent agencies which are large and impactful. So we have our Exchange for Media Mavericks Awards to be able to bring the excellence that the agencies and their brand partners are doing. So since I had your attention, I did want to tell you, and I can say that on exchangeformedia.com daily we break stories, perspective, content that is unique, that no one in our ecosystem has. Almost everyone in our ecosystem copies us, but it's difficult to copy an original. The original will always stay ahead thanks to your patronage. I do want to say that because I do deeply think of what we do. And colleagues who work with me, I don't run the company hands-on. My co-founder and partner Naval does. I spend most of my time in business world, but E4M is always on my mind. What we do at E4M and excellence, both in the editorial space, which is the basis of what we do. So when we put together conferences, this is also an editorial product for us. Coming back to health and wellness, almost every conference I go to, I speak about three things. I speak about the importance of sleep. And I started doing that last year. I think it's the most important place to be able to do that. I've said in the past, and many doctors will tell you, I went to my nutritional therapist, I've lost 9 kgs in 21 days. The first 10 kgs is very easy to lose through diet control and quality of sleep, and she puts you on a tough diet. But after that, it takes a lot more discipline, practice in making it your lifestyle. But sleep is a large part of it. The more you heal your body, the better you become at managing your health. The health manages itself. India is a sleep deprived country. Most Indians sleep average of 6 hours or lesser. The average should be 8 hours. Yesterday is an exception. I slept 5 hours, but most nights I sleep 8, 9 hours. Sometimes on Saturday nights, 10 hours. And that's what gives me high energy. I was excited about coming here and couple some of the things that I wanted to do in Bombay over the next 2 days and keep my commitment with Sandeep. So I am here. So do not, we are at a health and wellness marketing conference. I hope there is no marketing needed in the next near future on health and marketing. The word is oxymoron. There shouldn't be. It should come naturally to us, like breathing comes naturally to us. And a lot of other things come. As I've learned in the last few days and in the last few years, health is all about what you have inside. Yoga slows down. I know I'm not the best person to talk about slowing down, but in my own way, I do slow down. I do sleep enough. I do reflect on things, and I do my yoga. So sleep 8 hours a day. And I will link into what we have to talk to Mr. Verma. Second is I've talked about kindness. I met a lot of kind people in my life. Harvinder is my friend who works with me. I've known Bilkis for 20 plus years because, someone in her family is my lawyer. Is actually exchanged for media's lawyer for many, many years. Her husband was my friend, Alishan. And he helped us through a very major legal battle we had, and pretty much life-saving. So really, I have been at the receiving end of kindness of a lot of people, and I really mean it. Whatever I'm saying today, I really, really mean it deeply. And I try to be kind to myself. I have made mistakes in my professional career. I have made mistakes of all kinds, but I do reflect upon them, and I learn from my mistakes. I think I learn. So it is important to be kind to yourself while you're kind to others. None of us is perfect, and that is our strength and authenticity. We shall welcome the gifts of imperfection. That's a book by Dr. Brené Brown I read almost 15 years back. And I do gift books. I think I've given it to some of the people in this room. So thrive in your gifts of imperfection. In a world of social media, we chase perfection. We have constant competition. We're constantly comparing ourselves. I think that plays a havoc with our well-being, our health and wellness. And an individual's wellness in a family does impact his or her immediate family's wealth and health and wellness. So clearly, while you're kind to others, be kind to yourself. Sometimes we're very harsh to ourselves on our mistakes. Forget them. It's a new day. Learn from them. Make course correction. But whatever is destined to happen, sometimes I worry. In the last 4 weeks, I must have worried more than I've worried in my whole life. But I'm no longer worried. Whatever has to happen will happen, and I'm sure it will be for the good. And whatever happens, I'll be able to deal with it. The third thing is, I started by talking about the rains in Delhi and the havoc it created yesterday. People were on streets for 3 hours. People were, kind of in knee-deep water, and it rained for 1 hour. Why am I talking about it at a health and wellness conference? Today, we talk about sustainability, we talk of ESG. The reason we were healthy and we had well-being in a deep way is because we nurtured Mother Earth well. I think the resources we are taking from Mother Earth is also impacting us in the short term, not in the medium term and long term. The temperature changes, the climate changes, the shrinking of oceans is also creating havoc with what's happening with our cities. It does impact our wellness. It does impact the amount of heat. It impacts the amount of humidity, and all these play with our health and well-being. Hence, in our consciousness as leaders, we have Mr. Sandeep Verma, who is the country head for Bayer, for consumer health. We have CMOs, CXOs, entrepreneurs, leaders in this room, we have consciousness to be able to nurture Mother Earth. I mean, it may sound like a tall claim to say that we will nurture Mother Earth. Mother Earth nurtures us. But to be more conscious in whatever we do towards Earth sustainability and ESG in a deep way. We have the power because we are in the communication domain, we are in the marketing domain. We can control narratives, we can influence minds to be able to do that on a daily basis while we communicate for the larger good. As I started, I hope at some stage we don't have to do the e4m Health and Wellness Marketing Conference because it shouldn't be needed. Like an education shouldn't need any marketing. True leaders in education don't have to advertise large. And I want to end by saying that in a lot of domains we are going back to our ancient wisdom of why are we doing yoga? To slow down. Why are we doing Ayurveda in our food? When you look at the food your nutritional therapist gives you, it is a combination of a Mediterranean diet and an Indian diet, which is, I'm a Punjabi from Delhi, whatever that means, but I turned vegetarian 15 months back. It helps me. And I grew up eating mutton. That was a staple thing to eat at home. Mutton, fish, chicken in that order. I have not eaten eggs for a while. And I miss them. It's not, it's a convenient, especially eggs and omelette is a very convenient food. But food is good quality sleep, food, and most importantly, control over emotion. That's the tough one. How do you control your emotions? Sometimes I am also not able to control my emotion. It only happens by practice. When you believe that there is a larger force that will guide you and look after you. We sit in the plane. I traveled from Delhi to Bombay. I was not worried about reaching on time. I knew my pilot would get me here on time. So we are pilot in life whose Lord will get us. We got to do our karma. We got to do what we got to do. We got to do the right thing in the right way, in the right manner. That is what Stephen Covey said. That's one of the first books I read when I was in the business school in '94, and it still has, stays in mind. And sometimes what happens to you is not because of the karma you do in this life. It has become my favorite statement to say that sometimes nobody is wrong. It's the circumstances that make 1 or 2% wrong. Time changes and no one is wrong. So stress, which is the biggest creator of issues to our health, is something we need to bring down. That happens with good quality sleep, by being kind to yourself, and most importantly, believing in God, whichever God you believe in. At the end of the day, there is only one God. So I wish you luck, and I hope at Exchange for Media we continue to serve you, get your patronage. Today we will do the 5th edition of the e4m Health and Wellness Marketing Conference. As I said, we are going on a state level when it comes to brands, on a regional level, city level. When it comes to domain, we have a BFSI marketing conference, launching a travel and travel services marketing conference. And we are going, in sectors that are specialized. But this is the 5th edition of the Health and Wellness Marketing Conference. And the awards and the award winners that you see today have been selected through a curated jury process, and the jury board will be showcased to you. As happens with all e4m awards, we are only custodians of the process. We actually don't run any brief for the jury except the process. And later in the day, we are also doing the pitch 30 awards. We thought we should club these together so that there is a healthy interaction between the winners from both domains. I wish you a day of learnings, connectivity, and soul searching. Sometimes soul searching is good because it gives you old answers in a new way. Thank you. God bless you.
Can you have a loud cheer for Dr. Anurag Batra? How in the world am I supposed to better or outdo the last 10 minutes? Well, you inspire us with every thought, word, and action, sir. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, after that fantastic start, it's now time for a fiery fireside chat. And this gets very exciting because the keynote for the fireside chat, titled Interplay of Culture and Wellness, Embracing Diversity in Global Health. I'm going to welcome a gentleman on stage. He is the co-chairperson for e4m Wellness Council and country head, India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka Consumer Health Buyer, and Joining him will be obviously Dr. Anurag Batra back again. But let's welcome with a huge round of applause, Mr. Sandeep Verma. Big round of applause, everybody, as you welcome Mr. Verma on stage, along with Dr. Anurag Batra. So I'm out of here because this is going to be a very interesting fireside chat. Over to the two gentlemen.
I think the chats with wife in the evening should be called fireside chats. These are very normal chats. There's no fire here. But on a serious note, Mr. Verma, thank you for making time today.
No, thanks for
your
having me
being here adds gravitas and content and context to what we are doing. First of all, why all the prepared question? Let me start by asking, what does well-being, personal well-being mean to you?
I think you answered it very well, Anurag, when you were talking about in the last section of what you're talking about. I think well-being and self-care is just being kind to yourself. That's the principle I follow in life. If you're taking care of yourself, if self-care is at the top of your mind, you're just being kind to yourself. And I think in our day-to-day lives, that's the first thing we forget. We think about everything around us, everyone around us. We think, of course, of our own families as well. But at times we just forget to take care of ourselves. And I think that's what self-care, preventive care, or wellness, as you're calling it, a very holistic term for all of this, which is just being kind to yourself and hence your health, basically.
Thank you. And the buzzword in healthcare is the 3 P's of healthcare: preventive, predictive, and personalized. These are 3 P's. Arvinder educated me. What are the core principles of well-being that you as a company embrace and on which you built your products?
Yeah. So I'll restrict my answer to South Asia, which is the region we work in, which is basically India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. And I think the first thing we do, or the first thing. So by the way, we are now a 3-year-old company. So we are not Bayer itself is very old in India. Bayer Consumer Health is only a 3-year-old company. And I was literally the employee number 1 in Bayer Consumer Health, and we were set up during COVID. So when we were set up, the things that we tried to identify, and we started with India, was to try and identify how does the culture of this country, how do the traditional practices of this country, how can they impact health and wellness? Yeah. So first thing we had to do was to simply understand it. Even though I've been born and brought up and spent more than 45 years in this country living, the first thing we literally did was so we have multiple categories. Gentlemen, can you be a little silent? Yeah. So we have multiple categories in a company. So like nutrition, for example, is the biggest category. And we said, let's understand what does nutrition mean in this country. And before talking to the consumers, we actually spoke to the doctors, to the healthcare practitioners. One big understanding that I guess all of us still have is that the Indian diet is the best diet, or is amongst the most nutritious diets in the world. That was a starting principle that, look, if Indian diet is the most nutritious diet in the world, and if I'm eating a balanced diet every day, which is an Indian diet, do I even need any nutritional supplement? Yeah? So that was a question we posed to the HCPs, to the doctors in India. And we were quite surprised when we did this extensive survey across over 2,000 doctors in India, where they came up and they said that, look, if you are eating a balanced Indian diet day in and day out, even then you would only get up to 70% of all your micronutrient needs. So Indians, irrespective of whatever food they are eating, they need dietary supplements for sure. So that was the first learnings, and we really started from there. We have a big category in pain management. We have a brand called Saradon, which is a head pain brand. We wanted to understand before starting to embark on advertising that you were talking about. We said, what is the biggest reason for headache? Why do people get headaches? And again, something you mentioned very correctly over there. And the biggest reason for headache is, not surprisingly, stress. So what causes stress in this country? So we again did a big survey, went to the consumers, This was during COVID. This was all during COVID. So obviously COVID itself had a big role to play in the, COVID itself was one of the big factors for stress. But besides COVID, the biggest stress giving reason in India was financial stress. And you'd be surprised to know that we did the survey amongst men and women separately. And it was both, it was the same for both men and women. And some of the other very surprising findings of that survey, well, not very surprising now,
Not lack of hair.
we don't have a representative samples, big enough sample size of that. But for example, very surprising finding, women were more stressed than men in India. Financial stress, financial issues were the biggest reason. Metros were more stressed than the smaller cities. And amongst the metros, guess which metro was the most stressed out in the country?
Don't say Delhi.
Delhi. It was Delhi. So we had a lot of these. So see, the first thing we do when we enter a country, whether it's India, Bangladesh or Sri Lanka, we try and understand the culture and the tradition. And something which are common amongst these three countries, amongst this cluster of countries, are firstly that they all have a very strong traditional medicine practice. So in India, it's going to be Ayurveda. Sri Lanka itself has something which is very similar to Ayurveda. Bangladesh has Unani system of medicine. So that has a very strong role to play. That has had a very strong role to play in the beliefs we have. Yoga, you were again talking about yoga. Yoga and meditation, again, is a common theme across at least Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. Buddhism is very strong in Sri Lanka, so mindfulness and meditation becomes very important for them. So understanding of these kind of cultural nuances becomes the most critical factor when you're trying to figure out what it is as a company that you're going to be doing. So you first start by identifying these things, then you try and understand, go a little bit deeper, because you've got to be culturally sensitive and you've got these points to work for you. You can't come and say, look, I'm a science-focused company. I'm going to bombard you with the best products which science has created, and you've got to take it because I'm saying so. That doesn't work. That is poor advertising, if I were to sort of put it that way. So understanding of culture, and then trying to see how you can fit your what you have to offer to the consumers would be the way to go, and that's how we worked in these three countries.
Sandeep, thank you for taking us through that thought process. Post-COVID, what are the emerging health and wellness trends that you see that may be small just now but are becoming larger and larger?
Yeah, so I think let me just take one step back and tell you the big difference between pre and post, and it's important for us to understand the pre-COVID scenario. So before Bayer, I used to work for another healthcare brand, and we used to work on health hygiene essentially. So we worked a lot in the villages, etc. In general, in India, pre-COVID, absence of illness is called health. That's a definition. If you ask any layperson, or if you were to ask any layperson in India, okay, what does healthy mean to you? He'd say that I'm not ill, or that my child is not ill. He doesn't have cough, cold, fever. He's healthy. So that's the basic understanding that most Indians had, urban, rural, whichever demographic, pre-COVID. Now, if I can call that silver lining, the silver lining in the COVID cloud that came to India was a huge recognition for this word called immunity. Immunity, and immunity is really the bulwark on which preventive healthcare or self-care is based. So what happened post-COVID was that Indians and I guess every other developing country started understanding the importance of preventive healthcare, which has sort of shaped the entire self-care industry, okay, right now in the entire healthcare industry. So words like immunity entered our household during COVID. Now, the word was not understood by anyone, even in cities.
Though it was there in the form of, let's say, a probiotic curd. It was there
Correct.
in a very basic level.
Correct. It was there at a very basic level. Absolutely right. But it went down to, so, COVID is like the black swan event of sorts. So that was the first big trend which came out, which has persisted till now also, which is preventive healthcare. The importance of ensuring that, that I have the right nutrients in my body, or that I'm doing the right things to ensure that I'm not going to fall ill. Just that thought was the first one. Some of the other big trends, which have also come from the West, are the demand for personalized nutrition, personalized healthcare regime. You were talking about your nutritionist, you were talking about how
Nutritional therapist.
nutrition therapist, yeah.
Don't call it nutrition.
Nutritional therapist. So the word nutrition therapist also come in post-COVID. Prior to that.
No, by the way, this came, I met her in 2014 and she used to call herself nutritional therapist then also.
It's very rare, but it's become quite common now. So a lot of people are seeking and demanding, healthcare products which are tailored to their needs. So it isn't.
Because everyone's, deficiencies are unique.
Absolutely.
Their needs are unique. Their lifestyles are unique. Their food preferences
and
tastes
yes.
are unique.
Yes.
So, it needs to be tailored.
Exactly. Vegetarianism, you were talking about
Yes,
turning
For
vegetarian.
example, I met this company 2-3 years back and they told me how Indians are low on a certain thing, and what is the cure? And they started a company which is now doing very well. So, for example, Indians are low in vitamin D.
Yes.
Most Indians,
Yes.
because we don't get enough sunlight.
Yes.
Because we sit on desks or inside office, we don't walk enough. We don't,
90% vitamin D deficiency.
Magnesium.
Yes.
A lot of Indians, because I read a lot on well-being, and Indians are low on magnesium.
Yes.
And
B12, vitamin
B12. And again, there are vegetarian supplements and there are supplements that are not strictly vegetarian, like fish bones, they go into a certain kind of product.
No, absolutely. And in fact, because vegetarianism is so strong in India, it's not so strong in Bangladesh, not so strong in Sri Lanka either.
Not at all in Bangladesh.
Yeah.
I have been to Bangladesh.
Even in Sri Lanka, it's not that strong. But in India, so when we were launching a product, when we were coming out with new product, we had to take care of that. We wanted to launch products which were vegetarian. Unless you have a product which solves a particular therapeutic purpose for you, okay, you can't get that from plants. So there would be a lot of supplements which are not vegetarian, which are also good. But we said that, look, the kind of problems we are solving, I think we can get it done by having completely vegetarian product also. So we use that. So a lot of and that brings me back to the first point which I was making. On what were the big trends and all, and also vegetarianism is another trend which is rising a lot more. You're talking about the top trends. So consumers are now seeking more vegetarian products in India than they used to earlier. So naturals as a trend has always been there. Almost for 10 years, naturals has been there. Naturals continues. So in terms of trends, like I said, preventive healthcare has become strong. Personalized healthcare, people want personalized pattern. They are seeking vegetarian options because, and this is not
And
just
that's how you make it inclusive and, and being culturally sensitive.
Exactly. And probably the fourth one, another very interesting one, which is, it's not a specific post-COVID trend that we are seeing, but it had been there earlier also, is that Indians are now seeking made in India products. You and I both remember a time when foreign products or products which were imported into India used to be considered high quality.
I was young and calcium sandos.
Calcium sandos, you remember?
Yeah, for all of us have had that.
Yeah. So now,
And even for my kids, I would get my batchmates who live in the US to get me those gummies from when my kids were really small. They're big now.
Yes. So the trend now is that they are seeking local products. They're seeking made in India product. Again, had a big impact on us. So 100% of buyer consumer health products are made in India. We said that we will make our products 100% sourced and made in India. So that has become a very important trend. And if I were to give you a slightly, these are all positive trends, slightly negative angle, which is again rooted in the culture of this country. I think Indians, Bangladeshi, Sri Lankans, this whole developing emerging economy area, I think we've all grown up in this culture of scarcity, right? We've all grown up in a very hyper competitive culture. We've all grown up in a culture where hard work, is really, really important.
Hustle and hard.
Hustle is very important.
I talk about all this, but I'm the kind of person, if I don't work on a Sunday, I feel guilty.
Exactly.
I'm trying to get over that.
Exactly.
I work half Sundays these days, So my book that is coming out, I've been writing for many years. It's called 8 Days a Week. That's my life.
Exactly.
So I agree with you, but I'm becoming better.
No, that was my point. And I was actually putting it in a slightly negative angle.
It's a negative thing.
Hard work and hustle is important, very important, but eventually it has an impact on your personal well-being, right? So Indians are the hardest working people in the world.
No question.
Indians are also the least productive people in the world. The least number of productive days in your life cycle are those of Indians. Okay, we are worse. We are the worst amongst the 3 countries in South Asia, among the 4 countries in South Asia, and that is simply because we work 8 days a week, like you said. It's simply because we believe we should work 72 hours in a week. Okay, you work with your colleagues
No,
across
mine
the
is a
globe.
little normal, don't make.
No, no,
Because, I mean, my work is very
I'm not
different.
pointing you out. I'm not pointing you out.
But-
I'm just
but-
saying
but yes,
that
I
it's there. See, it eventually everything has a price. You have to pay a
You
price.
got to sleep. I mean, I don't send mails in night to anyone. I don't call anyone on Sunday. After Saturday 4 p.m. Saturday morning we have reviews. I don't bother anyone. I don't expect anyone to work. But I have a different life, so it's like.
No, but we would also be the most willing to accept those emails. Okay, if you work with somebody in Europe or
No, but 10
they
years
will
back
not.
when I was younger, I used to send mails. I used to be up in the night. I used to send mails in the night. I don't do that because if I send a mail, somebody may read it. So I don't send it rarely after 6, 7 p.m.
So this is the kind of practice that we should follow more of, but we don't do that, and hence we end up burning ourselves out a lot faster than just that. That was the point which I was going to make. That because of this, the hustle culture is good, but you need to understand that there will be a price to pay. So either you take care of yourself a lot more, you get into this whole exercise, fitness, right
Slow
diet,
down,
right
sleep.
nutrition, sleep. Even
Do
you
things
said,
that
yeah.
rejuvenate you.
8 hours, absolutely. I think sleep is you already said that. Sleep is the best medication for stress. If you can get 8 hours of sleep, nothing like that. So take care of yourself. And that is why I said right at the beginning, taking care of yourself is just being kind to yourself. It will only help you in the long run because you'll just be at your productive best for a lot longer.
Now, also India is a very varied consumer base. Forget Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. If we just take India, how are you able to kind of strategize unique things to be able to cater to that region or a segment? Because India is many markets.
No, 100%. So in Bayer, we don't think of India as a country. We think of India as a continent. So we basically, we have the strategy which we call winning in many Indias. It is really not a country. It's easier to do Sri Lanka and Bangladesh than it is in India. So we basically divided India on the basis of language, culture, food preferences. And then we devise the strategies cluster by cluster. It's not, all 29 states are not very different, but we've divided them into clusters. So for example, a big chunk of the state, the Hindi speaking markets or the HSM markets as we call them, they have a certain culture. And then you have the coastal parts of the country which have a different diet, a lot more non-vegetarian, a lot more fish. And as the deficiencies there are a little different, the kind of messaging you have to do is a lot more different. The education, the health education or the health literacy levels are a little lower in the HSM markets, and especially if you go into the rural markets in the HSM belt, you're talking about Bihar, you're talking about rural UP, you're talking about rural MP. So we've done this kind of clustering to identify the right segment. So we do not treat India as a single country. We believe it's a continent of multiple
So then
clusters.
how are you able to personalize or be able to do a different strategy for a different reason?
Yeah, so that's the beauty of media. That's why, and see, this is the kind of advertising which works. If your advertising has a same size fits all approach, if your communication to the consumer has that kind of a ring, it'll never work. Okay, but because of the digital revolution, because of the digital platforms available to you, you can now tailor make your messaging to every single city within the same state, also in a language that consumer can understand. So digital has come in a big way. Digital technology has helped us a lot in the sense that you can segment your clusters much better, and you can tailor make your messaging much better than what you could do earlier. So this is only possible now with this whole technology coming in. So we use a lot more we are a very small company also with very few people as such, and hence we use digital, we use AI a lot. We use AI to automate a lot of the stuff that we do. We use AI to augment a lot of stuff that we do as well. So that helps us in segmenting and clustering this country better, and in tailor making our messages to the cluster.
My last question before I bring in the audience. India has very strong rooted beliefs, which can also be an hindrance in accepting a new idea, a new discovery. For example, I must tell you, both my parents are about 84 years old or young, whichever way you want to look at. And 10 years back when I first met Rachna, and she said, you have to stop eating wheat.
Stop
So I
eating
said,
wheat?
And I said, how will I survive? If I don't eat chapatis, I'm like, I don't feel like eating anything. And she explained to me about gluten. And I had gluten Sundays. I'd look forward to those gluten Sundays where I ate bread pakoras, right? It can't be more gluten than what goes into a bread pakora, right? And she explained to me, and I tried to tell my parents. Then I researched, and the Americans wanted to dump wheat on India. They gave us cheap wheat. Wheat sticks to your gut and it harms. And like both my mom and dad told me basically, shut up, you don't know enough. You think you know more than us. We are more healthy than you, okay? You just shut up. Okay, so after that I stopped telling them, right? So I'm just giving you my parents very personal, like,
Story of all of us.
yeah, I go to my parents every Sunday morning, spend 3-4 hours with them, and they'll try to give me, I'm dumbing down on sweets. Then even ek khale yaar, koi farak nahi padta. I said, I'm not allowed to eat. Nahi, koi farak nahi padta. So, again, and then my mom gives me a certain lecture on food because so how do you deal through your communication, through showcasing content of people who took a certain route and were able to cure themselves over a long period of time? How do you do that?
See, a lot of it, so a lot of the practices are actually correct. A lot of the old practices, and it's a realization that a lot of us are getting now, that a lot of the traditional practices, things like eating at the right time, eating different kinds of foods across the year, eating seasonal foods only.
Because yes.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of that understanding is only coming in now. So, and that's why I said that it has to be a mix of it. So you can't say that all of that was wrong, or you can't say all of that was right. See, what modern science has given us is an ability to separate the grain from the chaff, since you made the analogy of wheat. So we can figure out which one of these, okay, will work for us now, and which one of these can be scientifically justified. For example, eating seasonal fruits and vegetables can be scientifically justified. It's the right thing to do.
100%.
And some of them cannot be scientifically justified. So fine, you do not need to follow them. So first is just trying to figure out which one of them work, which ones work for you and which ones will not work for you. And then asking the right questions. I think a lot of the traditional practices and customs we've always accepted, right? We've not asked the question. So questioning, so asking the right questions is the other one. And then providing everybody with the right kind of knowledge for them to be able to make a judgment. The idea is not for the companies to tell the consumer that this is right or this is wrong. The idea for us, for a company like us, is to encourage conversations. For example, we've launched a product on period pain. Period pain is such a taboo topic in India. We're trying to encourage conversation. We're not trying to tell you that this is the right thing, this is the wrong thing. At least have a conversation. At least have a conversation on why getting rid of period pain is important. Right? So, simulating the right conversation, providing information tools, and then you decide yourself. What we will do as a company is that if you've decided to act on that question, so for example, if you've decided that, look, I think, I need some nutritional help, and as per my health checkup, iron levels are lower in my body, we will ensure that our products are accessible and affordable to you. So that's what, so we will provide this framework of asking, getting you to ask the right question, giving you the right knowledge to make that judgment, and providing the products for you. So we'll be aiding you instead of forcing you towards in that direction.
So it's education, communication, and
collaboration.
awareness.
Exactly, absolutely. And in a very collaborative approach, because these are very deep set beliefs, very, like you said, these have come from our parents, our grandparents, very deep set beliefs, and a lot of them are actually correct.
Yeah, I want to say that, it may sound funny, but in my home, when I was growing up, my mom never made sure that for at least 14 days the same food was not repeated. Different vegetable, different pulses. I know which day is which pulse, and they all have a nutritional purpose.
Yes.
So it was done, and I was joking with my mom and dad that now I pay a nutritional therapist to be able to tell me chew 32 times. Because my dad, as a kid, I have a good or bad habit of reading. I don't read. When I eat food, I only eat food now. You saw I didn't have my phone. But I would read as a child, and my dad would take away the magazine or the newspaper or the book and say, eat, don't read, just eat. I do that, I try and do slowly because I eat very fast. So I've slowed it down. I am eating small portions. So those are things my dad said to me, I didn't have to go to a nutritional therapist. So clearly the wisdom of the past is being brought upfront by companies like Bayer and providing solutions. So thank you, Sandeep, for being here and giving us your insight. Please give Mr. Sandeep Verma a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I take this opportunity to request Dr. Batra to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Sandeep Verma. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Marwa and for Dr. Batra for sharing their thoughts. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for a perfect fireside chat, and I think there's a lot to take home from that. Up next, we have a keynote session on consumer-centric wellness, addressing diverse needs in a global market. It's my pleasure to welcome and introduce the Managing Director and CEO of Cipla Health Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Shivam Purai. Let's welcome him with a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Waiting to hear from you, sir.
Can I have the presentation up? Sure. Okay. Thank you, Sandeep and Anurag, for a very informative and a very entertaining chat, I must say. And actually, to begin with, Anurag, one of the points that you mentioned about the fact that we hope that eventually marketing is not needed for healthcare. I think, in fact, I have a slightly tangential thought to that. I think inherently it's a inbound duty of all the marketers in healthcare to make fantastic products accessible, affordable, and also acceptable by the consumers. So I think marketing actually has a very different nuance in healthcare. I've been to many of these healthcare, conversations where essentially it ends up being make great products and people will come and buy them. But I think the marketing as a component actually is missing. And the reason why OTC industry is so small in India, that's one of the reasons. I'm sure my good friend Sandeep would agree with that. Okay, so what I'll do is we have had lots of conversations about healthcare, so I'll instead focus on the marketing aspect of it. A question for the audience here. So how many of you in the room are vegetarians? Yeah, so thank you. So we had some 40% confident hand raises, 10% thought a bit and then raised their hands. You know who these 10% were? These are those 10%. Yeah, so if I were to ask you, if you are a vegetarian, so there's a 30-40% set here, which is a vegetarian. Then there are vegetarians only at home. How many of you are vegetarians, only vegetarians at home? You don't eat non-veg at home. So we have 3 hand raises. How many of you can have the gravy? You don't eat non-vegetarian, the protein part of it, but you can have the gravy. Again, 3 hands up. How many are vegetarians on Tuesdays and Thursdays? Abhirup, you can raise your hand. Yeah. And then fish is okay. Some of our eastern friends from east part of India and now actually increasingly found in west as well. Fish is okay. Fish is vegetarian. Jaltori, correct. Fish is jaltori, right? So that's vegetarian. And then eggs are veg. Yeah, and that brings me to the theme of what I wanted to talk about. Honestly, the title was also a little confusing. It took me 3 times to go through my topic to understand what it means. So I said, let me interpret it my way. So essentially the point is what? Now imagine you are trying to sell organic eggs. This startup Egos, I was talking to their CMO. Now you're trying to sell organic eggs and you classify your consumers as vegetarians and non-vegetarians. Yeah, versus classifying your consumers and appreciating the diversity as this. which of these do you believe will translate to a better messaging for the consumers? And then adopting healthy egg eating habits. Yeah, so that's where criticality of diversity becomes important for us at marketing. Let's talk about a few more examples. In fact, this is an increasing diversity. I'm sure many of you have read about it. Pretty much every forum you go to, you would be hearing about it. The top 10% are getting richer. The rest of 90% of India is struggling. That's the situation for the last 6 to 8 quarters in India. And when you actually dig deeper, no references to any weddings. I hope it's not being video recorded, so I have to be careful about my answers, Anurag. But yeah, so there's an increasing diversity. So for those of you who are selling products which are being sold to upper middle class, next time you say my pricing cannot go beyond this, think again, because the top 10%, the quantum of disposable income that they have, almost 80% of disposable income of the country is actually now sitting in the top 10% of consumers. The balance 90% have only 20%. And the bottom 50% actually have negative surplus to buy extra products. That's the diversity, yeah, that is opening up. And another interesting one, this I'm sure this picture explains that for anyone who says that we are trying to, this is a unisex brand and we have a consistent tone of voice. Well, men and women don't think alike. They have very different perspective of life. Yeah, and I'm sure the picture explains what I'm trying to talk about. So and this is again a generalization, of course, within this, and we'll talk about further splits within this, but at a macro level, very, very different translation of the same message that you will see for women versus men. Yeah, fragrances, so for those of you who are trying to launch a national product with one fragrance, for example, sandalwood, sorry, that's not a preferred fragrance across the country. For those of you who are trying to, for example, launch rose water as a part of skincare, and by the way, increasingly skincare is a part of OTC, and I'll also talk about at Cipla Health, what is our definition of OTC. It's a very wide definition that we talk about now as a company. Yeah, same is true for flavors. So northern consumers floral and musky tones, West India consumers sweet and tangy flavors, and Sandeep was talking about it. Even we have a clear understanding that India actually is 28 countries put together. It's not one uniform country, and we actually see very, very sharp and obvious differences between different parts of India. Can you have the presentation up? Yeah, so one of the, for example, I'll talk about in the restaurant industry, in the experience I had running restaurants. You would be surprised to know that even a Burger King, in the fast goods segment, or actually fine dine restaurants, they started actually for the same dish having different fragrances and flavors within their dish when the same restaurant sells the product with the same name in Mumbai versus in Delhi. And they see a clear difference on adoption. So hence it's very important when you're trying to create a national brand to be conscious of the fact that you will find nuances and differences depending on which part of the country you go to. So am I supposed to speak without the presentation? Okay. So any questions, guys, you have? Maybe we can talk till then. Yes, please. I hope, Anurag, that's okay with you. Yeah. We'll keep everyone entertained. You didn't like that? Okay, so we have a product by the name of, no, one second. So Anurag, we have a great brand by the name of Tugain, which helps in hair growth. We've actually seen 70% efficacy for that brand. We'll talk about it. Yeah.
My question is, why are wellness products, even in advanced markets like the US markets, not regulated? If I were part of the industry, I would want them to be regulated because that would, in my view, increase sales exponentially in the long run. So I believe most of the wellness products in India are also not regulated. So I was wondering if I could get your views on that.
Great. Can you dig a little deeper and explain me what you mean by regulation? So give me just an example so that I know what perspective of regulation you're talking about. Yes. Because regulation actually can be very negative as well for the industry.
Okay, I was thinking that consumers would have more faith and then they would buy more products if they're regulated. For example, supplements like krill oil supplements in the US are not monitored by the FDA. And that's absolutely shocking because it's supposed to be a great product.
Sure.
And I'm sure more people would benefit from that if it were regulated.
Sure. So, as a manufacturer, I can tell you that most of the products that get sold, and pretty much all the products that get sold in the wellness industry, especially by the pharma companies, are extremely regulated. Actually, they are over-regulated. You have FSSAI for food products, you have Ayush, complete panel to take care of all the requirements for Ayush, and then of course you have the DCGI. Depending on where the product falls, there are clear benchmarks that you need to adhere to, and hence by that and even for ingredients that go into every single product that we sell, these are cleanly articulated and cleanly defined by the regulators, and every manufacturer is supposed to adhere to those. Yeah, so I don't know where the regulation point is coming from, but yeah, maybe for brands which might be choosing to overlook the regulations, maybe your question is more applicable there. And I'll tell you where regulation actually hurts as well. For example, let's talk about smoking cessation. Yeah, this is a product that smokers are supposed to consume, which helps them quit smoking.
Yeah, like nicotine patches.
Nicotine patches or Nicotex. We are the largest brand in the country by the name of Nicotex, 97 share. And when we speak with consumers, if the product were to be a prescription product, when will the consumer adopt the product? Is when they actually have a serious health hazard, right? So when they have a heart attack, or they pick up one of those debilitating diseases, is when the doctor will tell them to adopt it. But when you're actually keeping it an OTC, you can freely communicate with the consumer and convince them to quit smoking. So in this case, over-regulation in terms of actually putting the product within prescription is actually bad for the consumer and the industry, because no one will then speak with the consumer before they fall ill. You need to talk to a smoker before they get to the eventual negative health state, right?
Right.
And only when it is out of the purview of prescription can a manufacturer do that. So over-regulation is also a big negative for the industry. In fact, we believe we are over-regulated in India versus how it is done globally.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and we can have more conversation on this later.
Sure.
Yes, please. Can we have the mic, please?
I'm Dr. Nitin Moyekar. I represent an early cancer detection organization called HariDX. We work from US. You said Nicotex has Nicotax, if I'm not wrong in pronunciation.
It has nicotine.
But it is brand is Nicotex.
Nicotex, correct.
Nicotex. So Nicotex is 97%, 93% you said market share. What is the
97.
impact? What is the impact it has achieved over the period since its launch? Is what I want to understand in Indian market.
Lovely question. In fact, there are these times in your professional life when you feel really, touched and emotionally, when emotions overcome you at times, is when you actually sell Nicotex. And for us and our team, that has been the experience. So when you speak with smokers, and I'll come to the numbers as well, when you speak with smokers and they tell you that their life has completely transformed since the time they started using Nicotex and have given up smoking. It's just surreal. So they talk about how their family, the bonding with the family has gone up significantly, how their confidence level has improved, how they can actually now climb 4 floors of stairs and they could not climb up even a single floor earlier. These are some of the comments that we hear from consumers, which gives us that, even higher degree of confidence to actually go and put out the messages in the market. In terms of numbers, and we have Satish and the rest of the team who sell Nicotex sitting here. So we actually, from our data, we would have impacted close to 1 crore smokers since inception. This is a 9-year-old brand, and Cipla Health our setup was put together in 2016. Since then, we have ended up impacting 1 crore smokers through Nicotex. When you spoke with smokers, and they have different ways of using the product. Some use it for 2 months and walk away. Some actually use it to cut down on smoking significantly. So instead of smoking 10 cigarettes, I start smoking only 2. Rest of the times I use Nicotex, which brings down my urge. It's a very negative product. It doesn't have great consumer aesthetics, and that's intentional so that people start using that and go away. Eventual purpose of the brand is that there should not be any reason for us to exist. So we get smoking out of this country and the whole world, and the brand doesn't need to exist. That's our eventual vision. We are very, very proud of it, and we feel that we have made a huge impact to the health of smokers in the country.
Congratulations to
Thank you. So maybe I can start the presentation and we can take any more questions that we might have. And this is, for example, one of the other things that we sell. How many doctors in the room? Awesome. So maybe the raised hands of these blessed souls would probably relate more to this product. So this is the World Health Organization ORS product, right? And when we started to market this product, we saw that there are, it's considered a very negative product. Only apple and orange, 2 flavors in the country, very bad taste. When you have diarrhea and dehydration, your doctor tells you go drink ORS. You consume it for 3-4 days and you're done. When we took up this product, we said, and exactly to the point Anurag was making, we said that, what is the big change we can create in this country with this product? We said, first, make it really, really tasty. So we came up with 10 amazing flavors in ORS, right? Number 1. Number 2, we started to tell consumers that actually it's not for only diarrhea and dehydration. This product you can consume every time you want to consume a beverage, right? Only 9 calories. Perfect quantum, very low sugar, very high electrolyte, perfect mix for your body. So every time you want to drink one of those colas or one of those sugary drinks, this is what you should consume. It's a super healthy product. Yeah, and we are now 6x of what we were in terms of revenue over the last 3 years. And we know that every time a consumer adopts this product, we are giving them a healthy future. And lots of consumers, and for example, it's a great product for the youngsters in the room, and I'm sure the older ones also do that once in a while. Every time you get drunk, right, this is a great product to use for you to settle down very quickly. Acidity gone, you feel absolutely normal next day morning. Yeah, such a fantastic product to have. So the duty of a marketer, when you have a product like this, is to make it very acceptable to the consumer, give them amazing tastes and flavors, and then depending on what people want across the country. So you have north, you see different flavors selling there, eastern part of the country, western part of the country, some very different flavors across the country. So we've identified 2 to 3 flavors for every state from that perspective, and that's what consumers are going for. And our job then as health marketers is to tell them this is a great product. Yeah, and that's where marketing is really, really needed in this industry as well. And and you will see that these are very disparate thoughts that I'm sharing, but this is just to make you think. And I'm assuming most of your marketers in the room, this is just to make you think on how to take my product to the consumer differently. Let's look at, we said men and women, right? So we typecasted, women think a certain way and men think a certain way. Now let's look at femininity. If you were to split femininity into different states, you will actually see a very different perspective of femininity. So depending on if you are a woman born in Maharashtra, to a woman born in UP, to a woman born in Kerala, you have very different perspective of life. Yeah, so the tone of voice that you use when you talk to women cannot be consistent across the country. West Bengal, very strong, independent, women are defying gender labels. UP, highly controlled in the past, and there is clear emerging trends of empowerment. Yeah, Karnataka, traditionally strong roles in society. Tamil Nadu, very strong patriarchal society. So depending on where women come from, their ethos, their translation of your message ends up being very, very different. Yeah, and you actually, why to leave men out, right? 50% of the audience. When you are marketing to a man in UP, yeah, violence, power, dominance. And I'm not typecasting UP men here, but there is an ethos that exists, and this is something that we've culled out after, lots of consumer conversations in the market. West Bengal, gentlemen, well-mannered, strong opinions, and very sensitive. AP, macho men, hero worship. Now imagine you're trying to have a consistent message to all these men. right, the adoption of the message would be very different depending on which part of the country you're coming on. And then when we end up blaming the product, saying maybe the product is not great, or maybe the creative is not perfect, I would actually say the tone of voice was not suited to the consumer that you were speaking with. Yeah, and this goes on and on. Very different codes for different states in the country. Bihar, quest for power, success is linked to influence. Tamil Nadu, preservation of language. In fact, when you speak with Tamil consumers, yeah, and again, I'm not generalizing, but one of the very strong voices that you hear is that, you know, we have been a part of India for 75 years, but our culture is 5,000 years old. So Tamil culture becomes critical. And those codes you actually need to understand really well before you begin to speak with your consumers in the market. Yeah, for us, 20 brands, and you know, we were 2 brands in 2019. From 2 to 20, it's been a very, very fast scale up for us, and very different brands. So we are market leaders in pain care, market leaders in smoking cessation. Cofsil, we are number 2. Weight gain, Endura Mass, there's an acquisition that we have done. So this is a list of brands that we have. But the point is on the fact that, you know, the question that you might have in mind is, so you have 20 diverse brands, and then you're saying India is 28 countries. So how do you speak with people? And by the way, this includes Nepal and Morocco and a couple of other countries that we also are taking the products to, and we are expanding to other countries. You know, it is very simple. Start with the consumer. So when our consumer wakes up in the morning, the standard regime of cleanser, toner, moisturizer, we have products for that. Rivela is a brand that we have in skincare. Wash your hair with Tugain. When you're having your breakfast, do ensure you eat Maxi-Rich so that you have complete nutrition. Something that Sandeep was also talking about in terms of only 70% of your nutrition needs are covered. You reach office, AC is on full blast, so you have a sore throat, you eat Cofsil, which sorts you out. And of course, in the journey, maybe you're traveling by bus, you get cuts and bruises, so use Cipladine. And it goes on and on and on. Yeah, and in the evening, when you're thirsty, you're done with water, instead of tea, go for ORS. Evening, when you go out partying with friends, and you are a smoker, you have a tendency to smoke. Instead of that, junk it, use Nicotex, so that you don't feel like smoking at that time. So, you know, eventually you have to start with the consumer, be very, very precise with who is the consumer I'm speaking with, and if that is a clear, you know, archetype that you have created, you will never go wrong in communicating with them. Because as marketeers of healthcare, it's your inbound duty to ensure that these fantastic products are taken to consumers. Most of the marketers in health marketing actually are doing a category development job, and it's a very, very difficult job. Hence, you need to get the thesis right. And best of luck. I hope you succeed, and that translates to very, very healthy consumers for the country and globally. Yeah, thank you. Maybe I can play an ad in terms of how this also can be, for again those of you who are confusing, so too many cuts. Maybe, you know, one of the attempts that we have is on Omni Gel, which is a market leader in pain care, on how brand. Can we play the film, please?
आपकी इस खुशी को ना कभी दर्द की नजर ना लगे, इसीलिए ओमनीजल, हर तरह के दर्द के लिए ओमनीजल, जड़ से दर्द को मिटाए.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, I really loved this presentation, especially the way you started it, sir. I think it was a very creative way. Can you have a louder cheer, everybody? A big round of applause. I've worked with the Cipla team. I think a lot of people in the audience as well. So may I request, and I take this opportunity to welcome back on stage Mr. Sandeep Verma to present a token of appreciation on behalf of the Exchange for Media team at the Health and Wellness Marketing Conference 2024. A big round of applause, everybody, for a fabulous session. Let's give the applause to everybody. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining in on stage. And with this, yes, before we begin our next session, let's keep the excitement going on social media. Make sure you click pictures. If you've got an interesting question, share it in the comments on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and X, and use the hashtag. You just cannot miss it. It's right there. Hashtag E4M Health and Wellness. Hashtag E4M Health and Wellness. All right. Keep posting and keep the momentum on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the first panel discussion of the day, and this is on crafting authentic brand stories, strategies for health and wellness brands. Our distinguished panelists will explore how to foster genuine connections through authentic brand narratives. Please join me in welcoming our panelists, and I think they deserve a thunderous round of applause. Put your hands together for Head of Wellness at Aditya Birla Wellness. Give it up for Anupa Nayak, everybody. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Also joining in the panelists is the co-founder of MyMuse, Anushka Gupta. Joining in somebody who's always been a pillar of strength for us, Head of Marketing at Digital at Bayer. Give it up for Ritu Mittal. A big round of applause. Let's keep the applause going, everybody. Joining in will be co-founder and Chief Marketing Officer of Aushad and Sarah, Richa Jaggi. A big round of applause for Richa Jaggi, everybody. Also joining in will be partner at SPAG Fin Partners, Sarah Rajan. And this session is going to be chaired by the CEO of BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World, Mr. Harbinder Narula. Big round of applause for our panelists and our session chair. Harbinder, clearly we are outnumbered here.
So this happens rarely, and that I am surrounded by women. But it's such a pleasure to have all of you. I was spending a couple of minutes with them, and I made my farras, but I realized that ये सब बेकार है. Their wealth of knowledge that they have and the conviction with which they are doing what they do, it is beyond something that I had envisioned. So thank you so much for joining us. When we're talking of healthcare, when we're talking of well-being, and specifically when we're talking about marketing and in healthcare and well-being, we've got to be very, very careful. You're dealing with people who are going to trust you with that information, trust the people that you are going to be presenting in your conversations, and based on that, they will be making their judgment and maybe choose to use your product, choose to use your customer service, etc. So you have a lot of responsibility, a lot of things at stake. I want to begin with you, Anupa, that what are the emerging trends that you have seen in healthcare and well-being marketing? And as a marketer, what do you expect your company to do to ensure that you do the right thing?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So, trends and this conference, and I was just thinking, there are so many trends that have now come up. Like we're calling things like user stories. Always exist, right? But maybe they're just branded in a little different way. So I remember when I started my career, this was way back in 1997, 30 years back, and I was at Wokhart. I was the management trainee, so was working on the field for a year, where we used to meet doctors. And one of the brands that we had launched at that time was called FreeCAD. I don't know how many of you all would be aware of this, but this was an antioxidant. And the claim was that, and it was not my brand, by the way, it was launched by another product manager. I was on the field that time, but I had to promote it to my set of doctors, right? And it was about freedom from coronary artery disease, and hence FreeCAD, because it was an antioxidant. It was launched on 15th of August, and the mandate by the marketing team was, now you go promote it on 15th August, select 20 KOLs, key opinion leaders in your territory, and take appointments, go to their house with a surprise, which was actually a pigeon, okay, in a cage, okay, and ask the doctor to release it, right? And then get his emotions captured, that how did he feel about it, right? So, I mean, I don't want to get into the logistical nightmare that we had, but what I wanted to actually point out is that the kind of user stories that we created, you know, at that time, with the whole experience of the doctor, capturing it, creating the next level of collaterals around that, how he felt about it. I think, you know, till date when I meet a doctor or I meet, you know, somebody, you know, a colleague, you know, we still talk about that campaign, you know, the kind of impact it created. So if you look at it from that day onward to this day, today, of course, you know, we have this whole, you know, social media play, right? We in Aditya Birla have a platform called Multiply, and, you know, while we put in a lot of content, testimonials, user stories, you know, different ways that we communicate with our customers, but we also realize that today content needs to be really short, okay? What we saw attention span 10 years ago of, you know, say on an average social media or content consumption used to be about 15 seconds, today it's only 8 seconds, right? So that is some of the things that, you know, we are very mindful of, that how do you create that attention span and hold on to it and give the messaging in that much time, right? The second thing is in terms of even the way I would say the flow would happen, right? Today, I think the way we communicate is we start with the model of the story and then go to, you know, slowly build to the actual outcome or the benefit, or, you know, why are we saying that, right? Versus earlier, I think we were earlier building you know, story why, and then move on to at the end, keep the suspense, and, you know, this is what is the model of the story. So I think a lot of that, you know, changes I see, and of course, the way, you know, we've built it is we have a very advanced digital team which works closely with the tech team, and we work with a lot of these MarTech tools, you know, one of them being, I'm sure everyone's heard of CleverTap, you know, where we create cohorts of individuals. So for example, we have a, you know, corporate well-being program. So we literally capture the stages, the key stages of a corporate employee, you know, which could be, you know, just coming to work, you know, starting a loan, you know, getting into a marriage phase, getting into a maternal, a pregnancy, you know, starting a family, then moving on to, you know, building your career from there on, because that's the peak phase we look at, and then of course your retirement and, you know, stuff like that, right? So we try to create contextual, you know, products, of course, which we have, but we try to create contextual marketing around this to, so that it's more relatable, it's more, you know, the customers are more engaged, and, you know, we can also display proper outcomes and impact in terms of the products that we have for them. Yeah.
Great. And Anushka, you know, you have a very unique kind of a service. You are talking about sexual health, and you're bringing it to the forefront using digital media. Now, when we are talking about such kind of a thing in a country like ours, which has a very socially diverse acceptance of such kind of conversations, how do you ensure that we are able to not compromise on what is acceptable? How do we ensure respect for the users? That's one. And my second part is based on the conversation that we were having outside. You know, this is one area where the metrics are very difficult to set up, because people will come, consume the content, but they will neither press the like button because they don't want anybody to see or observe that, you know, हमने ये देखा था. So, what is your...
Yeah, thank you. So for those of you who don't know, I run My Muse, which is India's first and leading sexual wellness brand. When I started this brand with my husband and co-founder, sexual wellness as an industry did not really exist. So we were really fighting after the battle in terms of creating legitimacy around this industry that for so long had been seen as something very, very easy and dirty, right? And as Mr. Narula said, it's something that, you know, there's an extreme taboo against that we were fighting. But the reason we started this brand was because we felt that sexual wellness is genuinely a part of one's holistic well-being. That's why I suppose I'm on this panel today with so many of these amazing speakers, because today people do realize that one's sexual health, their pleasure, how they feel in terms of their emotional connection, that has a massive impact on their physical and their mental health. But when we wanted to start this in India, we wondered why had nobody done it before? Why were products for intimate use not widely available? Why are they not widely discussed? Why does even buying a condom at a chemist become this really awkward experience where the guy will give it to you in this brown paper bag? And that's really because of all of the cultural stigma that's been built up over so many years. So when we wanted to begin this, the real first aim, which is still today our core mission, is education, right? Without education, there can be no product because people fundamentally would not understand the need or how it can positively impact their life. When we wanted to market these products, we were very, very particular because we understood that India is a place with such diverse, cultural viewpoints with a lot of sensitivity. So while one part of India might be widely accepting of such products, another part of the country might be vehemently opposed. So right from our core branding to the way that we market and the way that we storytell, we built it into our DNA that we were a brand that is respectful of our cultural context. We are a brand that's built by Indians, for Indians, marketing to Indians in our country today, which is this time of great contradiction and opposition and so many different phases all at once. So literally from our language to our brand design, everything is built to be discreet, everything is built to be something that people would feel comfortable approaching, would feel comfortable buying, would feel comfortable keeping in their homes. Because we knew that unlike in the West, where this is super common, this is super popular, people have no problem talking about it, in our country, people are still getting used to this idea, still getting used to these products. So right from the design to the way that we actually market, it's all done it with that in mind. And not only are we facing cultural stigma, but we're also facing policy, right? Which is not just legal policy, but marketing policy. And as a brand, we've had to be very, very creative in how we explain our products, explain their benefits, how we market to our users. And to your second question, which is, do people feel comfortable actually engaging with the brand openly? The answer is actually yes, because of how we've positioned our brand and because of how we've opened this conversation up. And I think for me, starting this brand 4 years ago, my own comfort level in how I can talk about it, I can see that journey, right? Because the minute you yourself decide to be open about something, the person in front of you will be. So I think the way that as a brand, My Muse, we've approached the entire thing is let's make this cool. Let's make this something that people don't have to shy away from. Let's make them hit that like button openly, and then that way they can actually have this conversation in their own life with their friends, with their parents, with their partner. And for us, that has been the greatest victory, is opening up these dialogues in people's lives. And yeah, I think that we've been able to do that quite successfully.
Awesome, awesome. Ritu, you come from a pharma background. Healthcare industry, when I look at pharmaceutical players, when I look at the healthcare delivery players, looking at creating an impact and start acquiring patients or making a particular brand of medicine popular, somewhere we've seen that patient experiences, testimonials are brought in. What is your understanding and experience? What have you observed? How it has been accepted in the industry by the users, consumers, in terms of saying कि ये तो पैसे दे के इनको बुलवा रहे हैं, versus genuineness and authenticity? Because when we're looking at marketing, what is selling today is the storytelling, and storytelling is all about authenticity and genuineness, specifically when it comes to healthcare industry. What is your take on this?
Thank you for the question. I think so user experience or user has been used in healthcare, beyond healthcare, for sharing genuine stories or real stories.
It continues to be a part of it, but I think it is only a small part of it, and there's a lot more that the healthcare industry today is doing in terms of driving authentic stories. So one example for this from what we did some time back on Saridon that I would like to share is, so there's a platform called Terribly Tiny Tales. And it has a huge connect with youth because of the authenticity of stories, real stories rooted in real situations that they tell. So we actually did a partnership for Saridon with Terribly Tiny Tales to tell the stories of terribly tiny Sardars. And because headache, which is what Saridon brings relief to, is a space which actually can be used very beautifully, both the physical pain and the metaphorical headache. We were able to craft stories which connected beautifully with the audience. Now, this is not actually getting a real person and getting them to narrate a particular story as a user experience. It is still user experience, but it is narrated in a way which is more credible, which is more engaging. Saridon as a brand can lend a little bit of nice humor to it, so it also connects with the brand in that sense. So I think content is very important to drive education, to drive engagement, to be able to narrate real stories about real situations. And this is more important in healthcare than anywhere else because the trust and credibility is so important here.
I totally agree with you. I think, this is what I keep talking of, the 3 R's. Keep it real, keep it relevant, and keep it relatable. And you will have the audience responding to it. That's a 4R, I just realized. Richard, let me come to you. You are again trying to bring something that people have considered as taboo. There are a lot of forces that are not very happy about your bringing this particular product in the country. People don't have enough education around how it can be used. Government also is scared to take a step towards this because they don't know how people are going to respond to this, right? How are you looking at marketing your product and also looking at creating acceptance for what you sell? And please tell the audience as to what is it that you do so that they have a context to why I said all this.
Thank you for the question. So I'm the co-founder for Orchard, which is a medical cannabis startup, and we deal in all sorts of product formats for medical cannabis, starting from edible oils, capsules, to even pet products. And now we've entered into topicals, which are excellent for muscle recovery, roll-ons for period pain, etc. Before I get to your question, I would like to tell people what is the inception and why I even started this company. In 2019, I lost my beloved dog Champ to cancer, a very aggressive form of cancer where he had given up on eating. He was 4 hours on a drip. He was completely bedridden, couldn't move. And everyone had put their hands up, including medical doctors. And that's when I heard about CBD and cannabis, and there was nothing available in India. In fact, a friend of mine was traveling from Netherlands, and that's how it has helped us at Orchard is there's so much information and so much acceptance globally for this particular format of a product that, of course, my friend got it for me, and I saw that Champ, for the first time in 2 weeks, was actually having an appetite to eat. He had given up on eating. He was literally withering away and dying. And that is when I was actually marketing head at a media company only. And I quit my job and I was like, I have to do something purpose driven. And that is the beauty of this product, that while of course there's a lot of stigma attached to it, there's a lot of misinformation. And that's where we come in as Orchard, and as Anushka very nicely mentioned, that there's discrete packaging. There are people who are taking it for their grandparents, their parents. They say words in Hindi which is ghabrahat. We don't understand ghabrahat is actually just another term for anxiety. How many prescription pills which are synthetic in nature are we taking? My father is a heart patient, and when he had a severe heart attack in 2018, he was given and prescribed Zolfresh, which we all understand is a sedative, right? And what CBD does is it's excellent for insomnia and anxiety. So coming to your second part of the question is how I'm marketing such a miraculous plant-based product where there's so much misinformation about it, that we directly go to the customer with a lot of testimonials, of course, but our first plan of action is always education. Our clinical reports, our lab reports, all of our products go to Florida for COA, which is a global accepted format, which is Certificate of Analysis for all CBD products. So it's right there for a customer. The minute they click on a product, the lab report is there. The second is a lot of people, there's a lot of hullabaloo around, influencers. For me in particular, they have never worked, and anyone who's anyone can tell that influencers are just walking, talking newspapers now. So how much trust will you have when everything is an advertising, right? But what worked for us at Aushad is that we approached KOLs, which are key opinion leaders, people who are expert in their particular domain. So for instance, and it's completely commercial free and I want to share that here because we're bootstrapped, we don't even have money to pay. So we send the product to the KOL, people like Vasudha Rai, who are like certified skin experts, beauty experts, they work, they sell, they kind of talk about our product if they like it. If they don't like it, they bash it, but touch wood, none of that has happened yet. And she talked about the quality of her sleep, which she was monitoring because we all have gadgets now, how it's worked wonderfully for her. And that kind of creates a word of mouth. And, of course, at an authority level, as you're saying, we're trying to create a lot more information by forming an association and seeing how that works. And we're moving forward with that. The acceptability of the product, you'll be surprised, is so high, especially in the urban audiences and even in tier 2 markets, for example, like in Indore and like, south of India, where we'll think that our customers are not based out of there, but a lot of orders come from there. So as we are thinking, sitting at this, that there is less acceptability, I was surprised pleasantly myself that there's so much acceptability for the product. Yeah.
Good to know, Richa. Sarah, you have a very interesting role to play in marketing because you have clients who not only use your services but also are reaching out to understand what they should be doing. And you have multiple clients in healthcare and wellness. What have you observed as best practices globally that you think can be used in India? And also, what have you seen work with your clients when they are looking at marketing in the healthcare industry that all of us can take as takeaways and try and put to work in our businesses?
Thanks, Harpinder. I think firstly, thank you for sort of inviting me here. Storytelling is such an integral part for mankind, right? I mean, that's how we have passed on traditions, cultures. That's what actually binds all of us together. So storytelling is at the core of our being. So it makes that much more sense for us to sort of bring it alive with wellness and healthcare, which is all about your well-being, right? So when I look back on my career and the amount and the kind of brands that I worked with, the key takeaways from a global landscape that we can probably bring into India in terms of storytelling is patient storytelling is at the core of it. You like it or not, Harbinder, that is how it is today, right? I mean, you've been in the media, you've seen how earned media has evolved, right, over the last 10, 15 years. Consumers today, patients today, caregivers today are not going to listen to an influencer. They're probably going to listen to a doctor because it's your health at the end of the day. They're not going to put that trust in the hands of an influencer. That's for starters. And two is patient stories. I think globally some brands that have done some brilliant work, including like Soul Pancakes, when they brought alive the story of cancer patients in their last days, called as My Last Days. Who would have thought that would have had such profound impact on how people visualize oncology abroad? No one's done that in India. No one's really gone to that impact. In fact, we've not even gone to the fact that there are various kinds of cancers. Have you ever gone beyond breast cancer, cervical cancer? No, that's not happened. So I think one, of course, as communicators and as brands, we have a huge responsibility to open conversations on various therapy areas. That's one, bringing in education, disease awareness through doctors and through patient storytelling, unique patient storytelling. Two, of course, is how you can sort of utilize influencers, but credible influencers, not just anyone. Just because someone has the reach, you don't bring them on and say that, let's do something. Are they relevant? Are they going to reach the people that we want to reach? That's the most important thing that we need to ask as marketers today, because I've seen some amazing campaigns that have had some really weird influences which have not made any sense. And if I have to sort of bring alive an example, I would like to talk about the ITC Savlon campaign that they just did, the hand washing campaign. Such a beautiful campaign wherein they got a rapper to come and do the rap song, and the insight was that children in slums, you know, especially they were targeting Bombay slums, especially Dharavi, and they said, you know, rappers are at the core of what they do. So that was a very relevant influencer. At the thought of it, you might think hand washing and rapper, why? But then there is a connect, you know, you make that connect, you bring in an influencer who makes sense. Not just, they could have picked up any other celebrity and said, dude, let's do hand washing. Everyone does that. But I think it is about getting that relevant influencer. So one, of course, patient stories at the core of it, to right influencers, and doctor storytelling is very important, you know, because they are what builds trust for your brand. And I think Richa and, you know, you'll of course, you know, agree with me on this, since you've been in this place much longer than I have, and you've seen this. So yeah.
Richa, you know, what I'm hearing everybody say is that humanizing conversations is extremely important, whether it is the doctor, the patient, anyone, or the influencer. How is it going for you, what you do? Are there people who are willing to come onto the screen and speak about and validating that what you are doing is actually the right thing to do?
Absolutely. I actually love this question. And I here want to actually categorically say that I actually, as a marketer, love Gen Z. People hate Gen Z because they're so difficult to market. I love them because they're so bold. They actually, you don't even need brand ambassadors, because when a Gen Z loves a brand, they actually become a walking, talking billboard of it. You know, we have people coming and saying that, you know, we want to talk about this product because it's made such a difference to their life, their parents' life, or their grandparents' life, you know. And they come up and they very much openly come and say, I want to give a testimonial. And many times when a customer, even perhaps millennials like me, you know, we really enjoy product, we always do politely send a thank you note that this has really made an impact on my sleep, and we ask them, you know, would you be okay or comfortable in giving us a review? And they are very, like, I would say 8 out of 10 times very happy to give one. And we're not even giving them a coupon code for it, to be honest, you know, because you know, we don't need to. And of course, then we have the similar marketing tactics where we give a, you know, coupon code for the generic public who want to give us a review and all of that. But testimonials has not been our a deal breaker for us, or a, you know, obstacle. It's been very easy. And even the older generation, for example, we have this muscle recovery gel, and there was this gentleman who was 65 and he had a slip disc problem, and he started applying it, and he was on oral, like, very strong medication, and he started putting in, he was fine after, I would say, 2 weeks of regular use. He's like, please beta, let me come and talk about it, because all of my friends have been popping pills all the time for it. So yeah, it's been great, honestly. There is obviously a little bit of, I would say, apprehension at first for the older crowd, like the 70+ crowd, but yeah, Gen Z is fabulous for us.
I was just seeing the gleam in the eyes of a lot of Gen Z sitting at the back when you said coupon code for cannabis. You know, Anushka, since you are talking of influencers, do you use influencers, and what has been your experience? And when you're talking of sexual health, you know, how do you choose an influencer? Do you just go by how popular they are on Instagram? Or do you go by the authenticity with which they speak? Or do you go by their expertise to be able to speak about this without just looking at their popularity?
Right. I think that's a good question. I think in general, for most brands today, selecting and having the right influencer strategy is, you know, undeniable. You have to do it, whether or not you like it. You can't escape it. I think the choice for us on the influencer depends on the type of content and the aim that we're trying to achieve. So if it's purely educating users and the public in general about sexual health, sexual well-being, then of course having somebody who is an expert, whether they're a gynecologist, a sex expert, a therapist, that is obviously really, really important, because that viewpoint has to be an educated viewpoint, it has to be legitimate. But if we're generally talking about influencers more from a product side, where we're either trying to make a sale or we're trying to spread brand awareness, we actually take the opposite route, where we don't want experts, we want real people. We want people like you and me, and like anybody who could be in any field, from any community, because the point of this is to make sexual well-being mainstream. So by staying in a niche, by staying only and talking only through the mouthpiece of people who are in the same industry, you're actually limiting the audience that you will reach. So we really try to diversify and talk through a variety of people, whether they're beauty influencers, lifestyle, fitness bloggers, couples, people of all sorts, different ages, different demographics, because for us, we genuinely believe intimacy is universal. Sexual health is universal. It's a need across the board, across ages. So that's been our approach, and I find that has been working really well for us.
Anupa, technology advancement is being seen in every field, more in marketing, and specifically when you are looking at healthcare industry, you have predictability, which is leading to prevention, right? So we've been using AI in healthcare. But when we look at healthcare marketing, and specifically with what your company does, where you have a captive audience, which is your insurance users, and they are being tapped for extending valuable wellness services to them for their benefit. How are you using technology, and how are things like AI, machine learning, and big data making sense to you, and how are you putting to use for creating a larger customer acquisition?
Sure. So the way the Multiply platform works, I mean, I'm just talking from that experience, is we bucket it into 3 phases. One is knowing your health, second is managing your health, and thirdly we help reward, right? So we believe health needs to be rewarded. You need to have the instant gratification, the quick rewards that really motivate and engage people, and incentivizing wellness, right? So that they are adopting more of these programs. So when we talk about each of these buckets, technology becomes a key enabler, right? So whether it's, when you're knowing your health, there are these clinical algorithms that we have at the back end that help you know what's your health status, what's your health score, what's your well-being score, what's your active mind, mental well-being status, all of that. When we talk of holistic well-being, we talk about physical, mental, social, community health, right? And how are we measuring, where you stand in each of them? And then comes to the point where we are actually giving you tools to engage on, to help you manage your health better. So giving you access to providers, etc. And their measurement becomes very important, right? Tracking your health numbers, tracking your health status. So wearables, right? It's one of the biggest things that's enabling a lot from product perspective and marketing, because I'm able to, give you a value proposition that's promising you better health, that's tracking your numbers and helping also record back the key metrics or the impact that we are creating with the product. And the third part of it is the rewards thing, which is where there is a lot of integration with the insurance partner, right? So we have a product which we call as health rewards. So for every active day, or rather any activity which is healthy that you take in a day, there are certain milestones that we set up, basis which you actually get your returns on your premium, or you get some discount on a premium. So that's where, we kind of integrate the whole product marketing, piece, because that's what insurance at the end of it promises. Like, we're actually helping you be healthy and be more active. So the other part of it is the RPM, the remote patient monitoring, right? So how do we help? Again, if you look at the 2 kinds of customers we target, is one is people who are healthy. We help them healthier, we help them being active. We have a leaderboard which tells you where you stand in terms of, the position, say if we talk about this group here, so who's on, the top 10 on the leaderboard in terms of the activity status, right? And that becomes a very important data point for marketing. So that's a user story, right? And then somebody is doing a marathon, someone is doing some activity. So we display those user stories. The other side of the customers are the ones who are at risk or who have some health issue. So then you have the whole health coaching piece, the disease management programs, and there you have a lot of marketing created around the stories of people, say, who had cholesterol, how we help reduce it, or, you know, people who had diabetes, you know, all of that. And then you also genomics, you know, the whole thing of, you know, genetic testing. How do we help them understand those health statuses to prevent it? So I think in healthcare, I would say product and marketing go very hand in hand.
Got it.
You know, yeah.
Thanks, Anupa. Ritu, you are heading marketing for your organization. And I understand, and I've known you in the past, and I understand that your core expertise is digital, right? So how are you using technology to create that buzz or to create that engagement today, despite all the clutter that we are seeing in the digital media? I mean, a lot of people are using Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, but everybody is using that. So what is it that you do differently? How do you break that clutter?
Sure. Very apt question, right? There is a huge clutter out there, and the attention span is probably lesser than 8 seconds as we speak. So there are a number of things I would say that we do. So first of all, I think the right targeting is very, very important, and the most important thing that digital enables us is the ability to target right. And healthcare, I think it is most important to get the targeting right, because if I talk about headache, say, if somebody does not have a headache, your level of involvement in the product is zero. You know, in FMCG we say low involvement categories and high involvement categories. But in healthcare, the level of involvement in a category is a function of whether or not you're suffering from that problem at that moment. But when I have a headache, my level of involvement and the need of a relief is at the highest order, even probably bigger than my need to have my lunch, because that is what I need first. So I think identifying the right person to target, the right targeting in terms of demographics, in terms of behavior. So like Sandeep talked in the morning, the biggest reason for headache is stress. And then there are components of financial related stress, work related stress. So one of the big components that we work on is identifying these cohorts and then using indications, so whether it is Google, Meta, or the open internet, using the information available to target these consumers with contextual content. So while headache is a common factor that two people may be having, the reason for headache may be very different. If somebody has a financial stress related headache, and you know that person is looking for some financial solutions, EMIs, loans, etc., and you're able to target that person with content which talks about, do you have a financial stress, and you know that's leading to headache. So that contextual, or a homemaker who's struggling with the 1,000 things that she's doing, and you're able to target that consumer with an advertising which talks exactly that. So that is the ability that digital provides. So whether it is DCO or all of those tools that are available today to marketers, to be able to sharply identify and then share, then put up the contextual content. That becomes very important, because then you are talking to somebody who is interested in that category. The second example I would give is, I think it is very important to identify where are consumers looking for information. So of course, you know, we all know that people are becoming more involved in healthcare, they're reading labels, they're checking for more information. In nutrition specifically, so when we talk to consumers in groups, there is a lot more information today that they have, understanding that they have on what ingredients to look for. So if I want good nails, what do I want? And if I want better immunity, what do I need? And they want to look up for that information. E-commerce is becoming bigger in that space, and it's not just a platform for purchase, but is also a platform for discovery. So we are also working on ensuring that our products and brands have the right content, right information available, the science behind them, the ingredient story is readily accessible across platforms, including e-commerce. So I think those are the interventions which help in ensuring that information is available in a credible way to the consumer, information is relevant to what they need, and that helps in much better conversions for sure.
Brilliant. I think, healthcare is a need-based industry. Nobody wants to use the service or a product until there is a need. But what I'm hearing you say is that you create contextual content to create a top of the mind awareness so that when you need it, you know what to do or what to take. How many of you believe that we in India are losing faith or trust in the healthcare delivery system? How many of us believe that it's difficult to trust the doctor that we go to? Any show of hands? Okay. Would all of you here give us a tip as to what is it that we could do as marketeers to bring back that trust that we used to enjoy in the healthcare delivery system in India? There was a time we would treat our doctors as gods, right? We still go to a doctor, we still do what he tells us to do, but we still have that element of distrust. How can we get over this?
So I think two things. One is get the GP back, okay? Because I think today everybody wants to reach out to the specialist, right? We've almost lost the concept of a GP who really handheld the entire family's health, understanding all aspects of it from a 360-degree angle, right? Today, if I go to a cardiologist, but I tell him that there is something else there, he says, no, your heart is fine, don't worry. Now you go to, example, a diabetologist or endocrinologist or whoever that may be for your next problem. So I think firstly that. Second thing is the moment of truth, right? Which is at the time of hospitalization and the claim, if it's the insurance company that's involved. How are you really hand-holding, how are you delivering that promise that you have spoken about without, highlighting on the fine prints. And so I think these two things, from my side.
Yeah, I think I'm not the right person to answer this from a healthcare perspective, but purely from a product perspective, for us it has always been paramount that people trust the product that they can use in like an intimate sense, right? And that's the same thing with healthcare, I suppose, as an analogy. It is like the ultimate frontier, right? Like it's the most important thing. So if you kind of lose trust there, you've completely failed. So for us, I think the approach we take is just transparency, being as clear as we can about like every single ingredient, the process. When we talk about content and storytelling, we really try to take people behind the scenes and show them, how things are made, how things are used. We genuinely wouldn't put something out there for consumers that we wouldn't use ourselves. And if I were to kind of think how that can be applied to healthcare, I think genuinely healthcare practitioners should be practicing what they preach. So for me, when I go to a doctor, if they're recommending something to me, it would help me to trust them if I know that this is an intervention that they have actually used and seen the benefit of themselves.
I think to me the most important thing that we can do as marketers is to make sure that the claims that we make on our products, on our advertising, are all science-backed. And those are promises that are delivered every single time. So at Bayer, we have a very stringent system internally itself, and sometimes, we joke about it, that our internal processes and requirements are more stringent than the outside world. And but it ensures that every product claim, every brand claim that is being made on packaging, on content, influencer content, regular advertising, any piece of content that goes out is backed by science, is backed by research, and it is never exaggerated, so that every time the consumer takes that product, that claim, that promise is delivered.
So from the marketer perspective, of course, healthcare is something which is highly personal and of high priority for every individual. So I would really request all of the people who are involved in this industry to not take your customer as we take is at a transactional level, but actually humanizing the aspect, as very rightly put, that you will not give anything to anyone which you don't consume yourself. So the humanizing aspect of not only the claims that you're making, but the way you're communicating to them is very important. What we do at Osher is, of course, transparency is key, it's priority, so all of our lab reports are there. And when it comes to the doctor system, as you said, reinstating this, the trust back. What we do is, of course, not only do we handpick the doctors who are onboarded with us, we ourselves train them. So while, of course, this might offend certain doctors, then those doctors are not for us. We train them, basis the feedback which we get from our own customers, and train them on medical cannabis. And they go through a training, and then only they come on board on our website. And the third most crucial part, which might not be possible for bigger organizations, but as we're a startup, the customer feedback is supremely key. So actually the first 1.5 years of Osher, between me and my co-founder, we were handling the CRM ourselves. All of the customer feedback, query, Instagram DMs to calls were being handled between the both of us. So that is actually really your holy Bible, because you're getting direct feedback, and that really helps in improving, evolving the product. So yeah.
As someone who sort of works with all brands, right, and as someone who's seen doctor at the core of communication, having helped build trust using doctors, I think they've got an unfair deal to a certain extent. Okay, bear with me, this is my point of view, because not all of them, you can't paint everyone white and say that the entire fraternity is wrong. You are giving your lives into their hands and asking them to save you. There has to be some amount of trust. I think one of the things that we can do as brands and as communication partners is to start building stories around doctors and their lives, because at the end of the day, we don't believe that they are human. The fact that humanize the doctor, bring that emotion alive, that they are also humans at the end of the day, and that they are also prone to make mistakes. But I'm not siding with anyone, but I think that showcasing that element of doctors is something that's important, because I've worked with a lot of hospitals, and I see when hospitals talk, they talk about cutting edge technology, they talk about unique case studies, they talk about patient centricity, but nowhere does the doctor storytelling. No one really owns up that space, Harbinder, of showcasing the doctor side of story. I think that's a space that someone can really own up.
Brilliantly put, Sarah. I feel there is power in the words, right? So I feel that we have to move a little beyond trust and have faith that the person who's going to work on you is going to be working or will be doing the right thing. I think that is very, very important. I'll just sum up the conversation that we had, because I think, there were a lot of takeaways. One is, I think that is a brilliant point. I can't agree more with you that we need GPs. We need somebody, and not only GPs. I think, what has gone missing, and I blatantly speak about it at every conference, that one breed of healthcare professional that has vanished is our family physician. A family physician knew us and knew about us, knew our lifestyle, so he could say with confidence that kuch nahi hai, chhod do, ya fir I think you need help. So I think we need family physicians back, people who have an emotional, empathetic connect with us. Second is, get customer feedback. I think that is brilliant, because every time we as marketeers sometimes get consumed into what is it that we are doing, what is the ROI. We try to keep contextualized conversations, but we don't hear back what the customers are saying, or not saying in that many words, but we can see the response happening. Third is, healthcare as a segment is all about humanizing conversations. It is about somebody telling you that this is the right thing to do. So I think that is an important aspect of healthcare marketing per se. But when you're humanizing conversations, it has to be authentic. There's a lot of transparency that we spoke about, but it has to be authentic. We have to mean what we say, and we have to make our audience believe that it is for their interest. Then is using technology. You know, when we talk about personalizing conversations, today we have the technology advancement happening to a level where we can understand, I won't say every customer, but a set of customers who are important to us. And last but not the least, you know, since we brought up the conversations around influencers, I have done more than 200 conversations in the last 2 years. I do multiple interviews in a day, speaking to healthcare professionals and also people who are in the well-being space. People who are talking of yoga, Ayurveda, food and nutrition. And I can tell you with conviction that it is very difficult to find out who is an expert, who's qualified to give you that information, versus somebody who I term as an healthcare enthusiast. You know, they feel good about it, but they can motivate you to move towards healthcare and do something. But I don't think they're qualified to give you information that you can use without having an intervention or a conversation with a healthcare expert. I think these are brilliant takeaways, and my understanding of what I'm hearing from the 5 women that I'm surrounded with today. Thank you so much for this conversation, and thank you so much for making it at the event today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Check. Can you have a louder cheer, everybody? I think we're going to have asked for a better panel discussion, and what a wonderful moderator to have as well, along with the most experts in the healthcare industry. May I humbly request you all to step forward for a quick photo op before we proceed with the mementos. A quick picture. Can we keep the applause going, everybody? Zordar taaliyan ho jaye for the best in the industry coming together. And may I take this opportunity to present mementos. May I request Mr. Narula to please present mementos on behalf of the entire Exchange for Media team to our fantastic expert panel. Let's keep the applause going, everybody, for Anubha Nayak, Anushka Gupta, Ritu Mittal, Richa Jaggi, Sara Rajan. Applause for our panelists, and a special thank you to Mr. Narula for joining in and conducting this panel discussion. With this, ladies and gentlemen, yes, now that we've had a very insightful session, I request everybody to quickly join back after a quick lunch. Yes, have a sumptuous meal, and we're going to join exactly in less than 40-45 minutes, because we've got a whole lot of exciting panel discussions and some insightful speakers joining in the second half of this conference. So make sure you're back, but make sure you bite your meals 30 times. All right, this is Rahul Manju saying lots more to come in the second half. Thank you so much. Please join in and make this moment count. Network with your fellow attendees. We will resume exactly in the next 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
with the part 2 of E4M presents Health and Wellness Marketing Conference 2024. Welcome back everyone. I hope you had a sumptuous meal while you were networking with your peers. And before we begin, let's keep the excitement going, as I've been sharing with you throughout the first half that you've got a very interesting hashtag. The hashtag is hashtag E4M Health A&D, Health and Wellness. Make sure you keep on sharing on Instagram, LinkedIn, all the social media platforms, and make sure you also tag @exchange for media so that we can have access to it as well. Before we start off, I take this opportunity to thank our partner, lanyard partner, My FM, India's local FM network. Let's have a listen to a very, very trending jingle of theirs.
पेश है रेडियो पर पहली बार मसाज मौसी।
मसाज मौसी, लो बाबा को मसाज कर दो। ये रहा तेल। रखिए आपका ऑर्डिनरी तेल आपके पास। अरे तेल क्यों वापस कर रही हो? बाबा के लिए ऑर्डिनरी तेल जैसे ऑलिव ऑयल, मिनरल ऑयल, सरसों या नारियल का तेल, ये ना लेकर हमें ऐसा तेल यूज करना चाहिए जिसका पीएच भी मेंटेन हो और बच्चों की स्किन डैमेज भी ना करे। कौन सा? सुनिए डॉक्टर की सलाह।
डॉक्टर अनुभव गंगराड़ी, शिशु रोग विशेषज्ञ हूँ। मदर्स डे पर आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ। माँ बनना जीवन की एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि होती है और उससे भी अधिक रोमांचित करता है अपने शिशु को बड़े होते हुए देखना। आप सभी अपने शिशु की मालिश करती होंगी, शिशु के साथ बतियाना।
And with this, ladies and gentlemen, a special thank you to our partners. And now it's time for a fireside chat that we've been waiting for. This one's titled The Indian Consumer Health Market Transformation. Evolution of the consumer health market in India over the years from a consumer and product categories perspective. It's an immense pleasure to welcome him. I've had the pleasure of meeting him earlier. Put your hands together for the President of Healthcare Division at e4m Limited, Mr. Gulraj Bhatia. Let's welcome him with a thunderous round of applause. And joining in is the ever-smiling Senior Editor and Group Editorial Evangelist for Exchange for Media, Ms. Kanchan Srivastav. Let's welcome the two with a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Over to you, Kanchan and Mr. Bhatia.
Good afternoon and very warm welcome to all of you. It is my privilege and honor to hold this session. And do you know that attending post-lunch session actually help burn calories? So let's welcome Gulraj Bhatia as the President Healthcare, e4m Limited. Gulraj manages the P&L, sales and marketing for the OTC, Medico and D2C businesses for the Zandu Ayurvedic range. Today he squeezed time for us amid quarterly results and investors calls. So thank you for coming here, Gulraj. And Gulraj, today's consumers are more sophisticated, they are more aware, they are attuned to global trends, and they are health conscious. They prefer natural products, and they are ready to pay premium for the quality products, but at the same time, they also seek value for money. So such evolved consumers, I think they are, driving the marketing trends and reshaping the landscape. So from you, I would like to know how the healthcare and wellness business market in India evolved over the last couple of years in terms of consumers and product categories.
Yeah, so I think it's a very pertinent, interesting question. I think firstly, I'd like to say hello to all of you. I think all of you mostly are from the healthcare industry. And in that context, as you're probably aware, people who've been in the industry for maybe over 10 years, India used to be, if you look at on a scale of global per capita consumption in healthcare, we used to be at a far, far lower level, probably 1/10 or 1/20th of what the evolved markets in the West would be, or even in Asia Pacific. Even in Southeast Asia, our per capita levels of consumption of healthcare products were very low. I'm talking of consumer healthcare products. But from a pharma perspective, from a doctor prescription perspective, our consumption of healthcare products has been fairly good. But from an OTC or a consumer healthcare perspective, people would not really go and buy evolved products. It was a basic problem solution market, so you would have for fever 2 or 3 products like Crocin, like say Calpol, etc. And then even for headaches, there used to be Saridon, Anacin, etc. So in every category, there were 2 or 3 major brands, and then there would be the unorganized sector. But what has happened probably over the last 5-6 years, especially driven by COVID and driven by the surge in online digital marketing, etc., there's been a sea change. Virtually in every product category, as we are aware, there must be at least 40 to 50 products or brands which have come in offering very, very differentiated solutions. And why has this happened? There are many factors responsible, but I would probably highlight 2 or 3. One is that in almost every consumer product category, I'm not talking of healthcare, I'm talking of consumer products in general, consumer durables, consumer electronics, etc., people are becoming very, very evolved, especially in the top 35 or 40 mini metros and metros. You actually see in every category products with far higher differentiation, many variants being offered. So in a sense, the market is getting evolved at an overall level in India, and the healthcare market is also following suit. It's not that suddenly people's healthcare needs have changed. They have probably remained constant in many categories, but because of the consumer awareness, because the consumer higher discretionary spends, people want to experiment, people want to get the best out of what they are buying. The second factor has been COVID, as I mentioned briefly. During COVID, we had seen the market growing at 50 to 60% for categories such as immunity, such as overall wellness, such as overall infection, anti-viral fevers, etc. Post-COVID, we've seen a high dip in terms of the sales. The market has come back to the previous levels, but because of the COVID factor, people started buying online. The traditional brick and mortar companies had to move online. So what happened is that during COVID, there was a probably 1,000-fold increase in terms of online players offering very, very specialized, very niche offerings, right from organic foods to regular health foods, which you couldn't otherwise get access to. And hence, there's been a sea change in the last probably 4 or 5 years in terms of people having access to a lot more online information, a lot more healthcare experts who come in online. Earlier, you could name a few, experts in healthcare. You would probably not be able to say more than 5 or 6. Today, there are at least 100 people who are into the healthcare industry who can be named, who have their own followers, who have their own, large consumer followers across online, whether it's Instagram, whether it is YouTube, etc. And the third factor, which I think is very, very important, is that this whole omni-channel play which has come into play. Earlier, it used to be a very product-centric market. Now it's become, through the omni-channel play, a very services-driven market also. So almost all the new players who come in are offering omni-channel services. You look at Practo, you look at even Apollo Health, which used to be earlier brick and mortar stores, pharmacies. Today, they are offering a range of services which is more like a 360-degree approach, whether it is diagnostic services, whether it is home delivery, whether it is, being able to get both RX and OTC medicines. And then players like Healthify, players like CultFit are offering such specialized services that you could not imagine them earlier. You can do yoga online, you can do meditation online. In fact, in certain cities like Delhi, you're actually getting even swimming pool services on a subscription model basis, where you get an exclusive swimming pool in a hotel or in a club, etc. So the market has evolved rapidly, and we are seeing that change which has come in, both in terms of per capita consumption and the range of products and services which are being offered.
Wonderful insights. Even I was not aware of the swimming pool offers. I would like to explore it in Mumbai. So Gulraj, can you also like to highlight, certain emerging categories that have gained significance in the last, couple of years?
See, some of the categories which really boomed during COVID, were immunity related. I'm sure people who are handling multivitamins or vitamin C or even Chyawanprash would have seen a boom happen. In fact, interestingly, Chyawanprash was one category which we saw go up by 50%. It was also led by, the government with the Ayush Ministry pushing for, and the Prime Minister pushing for Ayush-based products and Ayurvedic products. But what is interesting is that some other categories which did well during COVID, for example, digestive disorders was a major issue. People were at home, people were having a lack of exercise, sedentary lifestyle. So products related to digestive disorders such as acidity, constipation really did well. They grew by 30-40%. And some of these categories have actually sort of continued the momentum, and digestive is doing still very well. Some of the new categories which have come in the last 3-4 years, which used to be probably not known so much earlier. For example, stress. Stress used to be a word which was taboo till about 5 years back. We had done some researches earlier where people would not like to say openly in front of their colleagues at office, etc., that I have stress. But today it's become far more open. People don't. In fact, people are proud to say that I'm leading a stressful life, etc. And this is one of the most searched categories after hair care and after skin care. So skin care and hair care in the top 30 cities among people up to the age of 35-40 years basically are the most searched categories. And I'm not talking of just skincare, hair care in terms of the regular uses. I'm talking of the more specialized benefits, premature hair graying. In skincare, it's acne, it is eczema. These have become far more predominant, but stress has become the number 3, followed by sleep disorders, again linked to stress. Some of the other categories which are doing very well are the new formats. Earlier, till about say 5-6 years back, the regular formats would be powders, syrups, and tablets. Today, we have far more interesting formats, as you're aware. The lead being taken by gummies, which one would have thought would be seen as a kiddie product. Gummies typically used to be consumed by children, but today there are specialized offerings in gummies which are being consumed by people in the age group of 25 to 35 years quite substantially. And some of the new age startups are doing very well on that. Then there are formats like effervescent tablets, shots, and even in the traditional categories such as digestive disorders, these formats are doing very, very well. Apart from that, there is a high degree of sales coming in from the plant-based or natural food products. So there is a huge increase in terms of CAGR sales of the last couple of years at about 25 to 30% in the plant-based products. Protein powders, which used to be the whey protein, are now moving rapidly into the plant-based proteins. So that's another new shift which has happened. Apart from that, some of the interesting categories which probably are doing well, which would continue to do well, would be in the area of specialized single ingredient supplements. So nutraceuticals as a whole has boomed after COVID. There are probably hundreds of startups which have come up in the nutraceutical space, but what is interesting is the use of single ingredient or maybe a couple of ingredient, high dose ingredients which are being prescribed by more the healthcare professionals and even the online healthcare providers. They could be magnesium, they could be ashwagandha, they could be XYZ. So there is a high incidence of personalized medications being used by consumers in this domain.
Very interesting points you actually shared. And Gulraj, we would also like to know, do you think that cultural influences and diversity also influences consumers' choice in the healthcare?
See, typically India, as you know, has a very high rural consumer base, say about 70% or so. Typically, especially in parts of the north, east and west, people have been used to taking home remedies. So if there's any problem at home, you first try a home remedy. It could be a kada if you're suffering from throat disorders, or it could be turmeric, or it could be ajwain, etc., etc. So that gradually is now moving into more branded or more differentiated offerings in, say, OTC products. So for example, pehle log haldi kha lete the. Now people want haldi drops or turmeric drops as they are called. And even some of the traditional formats in Giloi, which used to be very, sort of niche has now become more mainstream. So you have health juices, you have Giloy tablets, you are now getting Giloy supplements in other formats also, like tablets, effervescent, etc. So one shift which you're seeing is move from the home remedies which used to take time to make, your mother would make them or your grandmother would make them. But with increasing nuclearization of families where both the husband and wife are working, people actually are moving into wanting to have ready to use formats. The other major trend which one sees at a cultural level is that the traditional format, if you used to see advertising for maybe brands like Move or some of the health drinks such as Bonvita, Boost, where the mother or the woman would be seen as the healthcare provider for the family. She would be buying products or being actually using products for the children or for the elders or for the husband. But increasingly today we are finding that the woman is becoming far more conscious about her own sense of well-being, about her own sense of health. So we had done a lot of research earlier where about half the women today go and ask doctors for saying, look here, I'm feeling weak, I'm feeling fatigued, can I get a health supplement or a nutraceutical for myself or a multivitamin supplement for myself? And that shift in the last couple of years has gone into far more categories. With, as I mentioned, lifestyle disorders have become far more prevalent. So you have, for women, increasing incidence of menstrual issues, PCOS, PCOD. These were unheard of till a few years back. So what's happened is that because of the increasing sedentary lifestyle or the increasing dual role which a woman has to do of both work and managing the home, these disorders have come in coupled with the fact that they are still not taking good care of themselves in terms of, the kind of food they are eating, etc., etc. So the women's healthcare market is probably going to explode in the next few years. We've seen signs of it through specialized offerings being offered by online players, and it will slowly move into the brick and mortar segment also. Similarly, in the men's segment, digestive disorders have become far more prevalent. People are being far more open to buying products which used to be closet earlier. Shilajit, which used to be seen as sexual wellness, but today Shilajit has become far more mainstream. It's being consumed by people who believe they need more energy, people who are into gymming, people who want instant energy. I'm talking of the shift which is happening from the traditional formats which are becoming far more mainstream now.
I think women becoming more aware about their health, that is a really positive change. And I think access to healthcare services and, products are also, making this change, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All this is, I think, being led by the online revolution which has come in. You would not have seen it if the online segment was not present. Because today, there are people who have no experience in healthcare setting up startups and doing reasonably well. Though it's becoming increasingly challenging with the plethora of people who come in. So then you need to have the staying power and the R&D and the scientific bandwidth to be able to offer products which are specialized and which actually are efficacious.
Gulraj, I would quickly like to know from you, how has Ayurveda market evolved in India?
It used to be probably very, very basic in terms of till about, say, 6 or 7 years back. It used to be Chyawanprash and a couple of other ingredient-based supplements. But in the last 3-4 years, as we all know, with the push which has come from the government and which has come from COVID, it's become far more mainstream. And I'm not talking of products which are consumer Ayurvedic products which have ingredients such as amla, which are used in hair oils or which are used in, say, face creams. I'm talking of core healthcare products where today Ayurveda is playing a far more central role. The CAGR growths which are happening for Ayurveda are about 4 or 5% higher than regular OTC. And at Imami, we've seen that happen, and we've been leading the change along with a few other Ayurvedic companies.
It's really interesting. And because the market is changing so fast and Ayurveda is getting more popular in India, so we would like to know what initiatives you have taken, to cater to today's evolved and also price conscious consumers.
So it'll be interesting to note that till about, say, in the OTC domain, till about maybe 3 years back or 4 years back, we had about 10 to 15 products in the OTC domain in our Jandu division. Today we have over 100 products. So the last 3-4 years, we launched over 100 products in the OTC domain. And this has been obviously led by both the increased interest which we are seeing in Ayurveda, But at the same time, I think a lot of it has to do with the increased focus we put in from an R&D, from a product development perspective, on getting into virtually every product category which, say, OTC caters to. And the benefits really, while people can debate about, there are always views pro and counter. Some people might say either that takes time, etc. But my personal experience suggests that that's not the case. With the right formulation, with the right ingredient usage, in many categories, Ayurveda probably delivers far better than the regular OTC remedies, because most of them tend to have side effects, which is why people in India have been a bit shy of consuming allopathic medicines. But in the case of Ayurveda, if a company makes formulations as per the required dosages with the required quality of ingredients, I think the benefits are there to see. And not only in India, even some of the ingredients like ashwagandha, for example, or even curcumin and turmeric, in markets like US have crossed $1 billion in terms of annual sales, because there have been studies, there have been researches which actually prove the benefits. So we've actually seen the benefits come out of Ayurvedic products across the board.
It's very
and
interesting.
Many of the OTC companies are getting into Ayurvedic products in a big way.
Yeah, so acceptance of yoga has gone up. And as you mentioned, from 3 OTC products to 100 products, that is phenomenal, I guess. We would like to know, did you face any challenges in this, transformational journey? And how did you address them?
Actually, one of the things we did, I think we were probably one of the first companies to actually get into the D2C space in a very serious manner about 4 years back. So while we all talk about, the online play, but it's been mostly led by the e-com platforms such as, Amazon, such as Flipkart, or the e-pharmacies which have come in strongly in the last 4-5 years, such as 1mg, such as NetMeds, Pharmeasy, etc. But almost all the large players also, including, say, the top FMCG companies, were fighting shy of getting into their own D2C portals. While they had set up D2C portals, but they were more like, having a token presence. They were relying more, or they rely more on the e-com marketplaces, because that's far more, cost effective. But I think our senior man took a very conscious call, looking at what would happen in the next 10 to 20 years, where we believe that the D2C space would become far larger, and we invested a lot into the tech, into the R&D, into the people, into the talent management, and we set up a whole division on the D2C platform, janducare.com, and we've launched around 70 to 80 products in the last 4 years. And we are seeing a rapid ramp up happen both through the D2C platform, which allows you to innovate, which allows you to look at the low MOQ volumes which are required. So it's not, like the regular brick and mortar business where you need a sufficient number of retail outlets for sufficient media spend. Here you can do a lot more quick turnaround pilot tests and be able to innovate a lot more. So it's a whole ecosystem which we set up, which is where we are actually gradually moving into, both through the regular launches that you're doing, and in the offline space also. We've done a lot of work on looking at offerings which are differentiated, which basically do not become a Me Too offering, because in today's marketplace, a Me Too offering will never succeed. It has to be led by both a product specific and ingredient specific benefit which you can quantify, and then be able to communicate to consumers. So there have been many challenges, of course. It's not been easy. It's not been, it's today to attract the right talent, to retain talent. It's a whole ecosystem which has to be managed. Even from a product development perspective, the timelines have to be crashed. How do you do, stability testing, which takes accelerated testing, which takes 6 to 9 months? How do you crash it? How do you make sure that you're building a pipeline which basically you can roll out over the next 3-4 years? So it's been a very good learning journey for us.
How much share of sales your D2C channel is driving? This is my last question.
It's a bit confidential, but what I can say is that it's probably going to become a significant part of the business going forward.
Really very interesting. Now rapid fire round, just which Emami product or services is your most favorite one?
While there are a number of them, I would probably look at a Chyawanprash jaggery format which we've launched. Like I was mentioning earlier, it's important to do product differentiation in whatever you offer. So, you know, the Chyawanprash market has been dominated by one or two brands, and we were a small player. We said if we off, and Chyawanprash is a standard formulation. You can't do much to change it because there's a laid down pharmacopoeial index on it. But we came in with a product which, you know, probably most consumers do not know, but Chyawanprash in its regular format contains over 50% sugar, refined sugar. So we said refined sugar is not good for consumers, so we went in for a zero sugar, butter, jaggery, good-based Chyawanprash, and we were the first to launch it in India and globally. And that product has far more benefits than the regular Chyawanprash because there are 15 to 20 benefits which are good offers versus regular sugar. You know, so we are able to offer that, and it's a great tasting product. It's also not easy to make it because the stability and other factors have to be considered. So that's my favorite.
One big change which you would like to see in the market, just quickly.
I think from a healthcare perspective, while the market is seeing rapid changes, I think what would be important to keep in mind is that we are moving more and more towards personalized, you know, or individualized healthcare delivery. So I think that's a major change I would like to see as to, you know, with the plethora of products, how can you, in today's day and age, with omni-channel, with AI coming in, how can you offer customized healthcare needs suited to individual needs? And I think that time is not far away. Maybe in the next 5-10 years, you'll actually see people's individual needs being catered to by both AI and by both, you know, personalized healthcare services actually.
What is your own fitness mantra?
Actually, I don't have a great mantra, but what I try to do is to be physically, mentally, and spiritually fit. I think we all are probably conscious about the physical and mental fitness, but I think the spiritual aspect probably becomes far more important also in today's day and age.
Thank you so much, Gulraj, for sharing your time and wisdom with us. Thank you.
Really nice speaking to you. Thanks so much.
Can we have a louder cheer, everybody? Hands together for the fantastic two. On one side, you have years of experience, and on the other, you have the most intriguing questions. With this, may I request the team to step forward to present the Memento. Kanchan, if you could do the honors, please. Big round of applause, everybody. Gulraj sir, thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your experience, your thoughts, and always enlightening us. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, now comes our panel discussion. This is amongst my favorite because I know 50% of the panelists, yes. And the topic for this second panel discussion of the day is forging genuine bonds, harnessing social media's potential for authentic consumer engagement with influencers. Our panelists will discuss strategies for aligning influencer values with brand ethos, building consumer trust, and measuring the true impact of influencer campaigns. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our panelists. And let's keep the applause going, starting off with Mr. Amit Patel, Director and Senior Head of Marketing at Cipla. Let's welcome Mr. Amit Patel with a huge round of applause, everybody. Joining in is somebody I know. I've worked on a whole lot of events for Mosaic Wellness, is the Vice President of Marketing at Mosaic Wellness. Put your hands together for Geet Rathi, everybody. Zordar Talia. Joining in is the Head of Creative at Content Channels, Pfizer. Give it up for Jahan Vandrewala. Big round of applause for Jahan, everybody. Also joining in is the Head of E-commerce and Digital Marketing at Galdama. Give it up for Mr. Sunil Nath. A big round of applause for Sunil, everybody. Joining in also is the Chief Strategy Officer at HRX. Give it up for Pallavi Burman. A round of applause for Pallavi. And it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our session chair, somebody I dearly know, the Managing Partner and Chief Creative Officer at V-Rock Communication. Give it up for Mr. Vineet Bhagchandani. A round of applause for Mr. Vineet Bhagchandani, everybody.
In the meantime, there's somebody who's misplaced a card. The card is with me. Please make sure you come and join us with our team outside so that you can describe the card and get it. Otherwise, today I'm going to be a rich man. And it gives me immense pleasure to welcome from the KIT Global team. Give it up for Kashish Madan. A round of applause for Kashish Madan, everybody. My apologies. Thank you so much, Kashish. Now that's what I call an entry. Over to Vineet.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, let's start the session. I think we're very careful starting the session. I would request, everybody right from Kashish, we start from Kashish from that side, to introduce, yourself, then with Pallavi and so on, everybody. So we take just a minute to introduce ourselves. Yeah.
So, hi everyone, my name is Kashish Madan and I handle the performance marketing and the entire growth part for KIT Global nationally and internationally as well. We are just expanding towards the MENA and the SCA market. So this is like, if I talk about my overall experience, I have an experience of 10 plus years in online gaming and I have worked for brands like Adda 52 and 9 Stacks Poker in the past along with international gaming. So it's a pleasure to be in here today. And thank you so much for having me here.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Pallavi Burman. I'm running strategy for HRX now. Started my career 8 years ago with HRX. Working on a celebrity brand was a very unique sort of a concept back then and continues to be even today because it has its own challenges and own learning curve. But the reason why I guess I'm on this panel is because I have a brand which is built on the super influencer of this country. So I guess I qualify. Second, I'm also a digital-only brand, or have been a digital-only brand for the first 7 years, 8 years of its existence. So I guess these two things make a cut for me. Personally, if I have to talk about myself, I'm a big fitness enthusiast myself. I run half marathons, and I practice calisthenics. I love cooking, I love reading, I'm an avid traveler. Love everything that's expensive and lovely in this lifetime. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sunil Nath. Just 1 minute, I know. So I had e-commerce and digital at Galdama for India and countries. That's all.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jahan. I head the creative content and channels for 5 years. I have like 14 years in advertising agencies, and this is my first stint from the client side, so bringing best of the both worlds.
Hi everyone, my name is Geet Rathi. I lead marketing and brand for Mosaic Wellness. Mosaic Wellness essentially has 3 health and wellness digital platforms for men, women and kids. Man Matters, Be Body Wise and Little Joyce. So again, we also use influencers to a large extent, so looking forward to the discussion today.
Perfect. Great to meet all of you. My name is Amit Patel. I am currently the Director and Senior Head of Marketing at Cipla, specifically into consumer marketing business. We run the largest campaigns in prescription marketing space. Prior to this, I was at Dabur heading the digital marketing and e-commerce for international business in almost 70 countries. I have experience in e-commerce. I have experience in service industry right now in pharma, and down the line, let's see where the journey goes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly introduce myself. I'm Vineet Bhagchandani. I'm Creative Head, Chief Creative Officer at Veer of Communications Network. And we take care of the advertising across Pfizer and quite a few other ones, and other places. We basically do the right from the creative strategies to the creative outputs with the productions and the TVCs and everything is that comes under my role. So I think we'll begin the today's discussion on the
the influencers. The first question I think Kashish would like to ask you is, what tools or platforms can help streamline the process of discovering and vetting authentic influencers?
See, if we talk about like we are living in the AI stage where now we have a lot of tools available in the market which can help you to refine also the influencers, like what kind of following that they are having, is it genuine or not, right? So there is a lot of things are there, but still the best practice or what people still follow right now is to do a manual search from their end. So when I say manual, like if for example, if I am for a particular affinity or if a particular category I'm looking for, brands from their end now, like, they do a research, right? And then they, of course, they tell us, like, this is what like we are looking for. They have their own criterias, like, they refine everything from their end because they have their tools available with them. But if I talk about the brands that I have worked with, most of them, they want us to do the manual search, right? Look for the influencers, how authentic they are. We also have the tools available with us, so we can also check it from our end that what kind of content they are posting. Is it really relevant to the brand ethos? Like if it's for the healthcare, then the person should match that criteria. And this is what how things are right now. But apart from that, when we do all these manual checks, what kind of posts that they are, what kind of content that they are creating, how authentic it is, and what kind of comments people are putting it in there, right? Like we see a lot of time for engagement people, they put they have their own WhatsApp group, they just put the comments there that, just share, like, and comment so that they can get more engagement. So this is like, it was like a story like 3-4 years ago, but right now, being I've worked for the brand, I have also like done a lot of influencer activities in the past. So you can easily, gauge that if the content creator is posting the stuff which I really want them to post or not, and what kind of comments that they are putting in. Everything can easily be managed, and it can easily be checked by checking their comment section and how many posts that they have reshared. So we have all the data available, so that can actually help the brands as well as us to that how we can check that is that particular influencer or a content creator is authentic or not. So manual research is something which people still believe in. Doesn't matter how many AI tools come into the picture, but of course after 3 to 4 years it will be all based on the research as per the AI, because it gives you the demographics demographic advantage as well, and of course there are other factors as well, but AI will play a key role in the next 2-3 years.
My second question would be, for Sunil. Sunil, what are the prime factors to keep in mind while evaluating an influencer? Authenticity, alignment, with the brand values. Especially
I think
when you come in from coming in from you, because you handle one of the leading brands, from Galderma, so in the Derma section. So I would like to hear this from you.
So I think there are a couple of parameters, and the brand we run today is not only the influencer brand. So we have a different type of influencer dermatologist, and then second is obviously your skin influencer, beauty influencer. But today, if you ask us, the journey is quite old for us. So we use all of them while engaging with our audiences. And when you're looking at the factor, I'll say the first thing is the brand ethos. When we're looking at influencer, where they really fit into brand ethos, because Cetaphil is a global brand, 75 years, so we definitely look into whether they qualify for that. Second parameter, what is their performance? So we are working with our retainer agency from roughly 3.5 years today, and over the time with them we have developed a tool. So this tool will, so you shortlist the creator into the tool, the tool will automatically pick their top 50 posts and last 50 posts and give you all your criteria. What is your engagement rate? What is their engagement views? And then based on a lot of other parameters, that will qualify a score to each creator. So any score more than 70, we pick it that this fits into our criteria, and that's customized by them for us. So all those, so your brand ethos, obviously one. Second is how they are performing. Third is how authentic they are. Because in pharmaceuticals, we cannot claim anything which is not true. So for to claim any data, if we're saying that we are a number one brand, we need to have 10 data points behind it to verify that that's true. So when we saying that we want to say this, so we want them to also believe that this comes with a lot of data. And I'll give you one example. We were doing a shoot with Karina for a Cetaphil baby, and we told them that we are the PDA prescribed brand, and they said that I don't believe this. Then we said that we are number one skincare brand in dermatology. She said that I don't believe you, give me the reports. So we actually got the reports, which is from IQVIA, and a lot of people here know, to give her that this is how the data proves. Then we said that some of our products are not having sulfate and parabens. So she said, I don't believe you, give us a report. So even today, every quarter we do one event offline where we call influencers and dermatologists together. We always talk about that what is authenticity required from influencers in today's time, and that's where we try to educate them towards authenticity. But when we shortlist them, brand, authenticity, their content type, and whether this resonates to oral style of ours. These are the parameters.
So now coming on to the trust through transparency, like for example, Pallavi, would you like to answer this one? You know, how can a transparency in influencer brand relationships impact the consumers' trust and loyalty?
Sure. So like earlier on, I was mentioning how we are a fitness brand, India's first homegrown fitness brand, which is an icon called Hrithik Roshan. To my mind, there are two parts to the coin. One is the brand aspect of things and one is the business aspect of things. It's a mantra in a way, I would say, now that I've been in the journey for 8 years. The only way a celebrity brand, celebrity slash artist slash influencer driven brand survives the times is when your brand is authentic and organic. Which means, if I have to elucidate this, for example, Hrithik looks a certain way, Hrithik works hard, irrespective, Hrithik trains. He is a fitness icon. So whether I remove the brand from his life or continue the brand, continue to grow the brand around him, there would be a mutual rub-off where both of them will benefit. But in isolation, both of them can coexist. If I remove the brand from Hrithik, he would still be Hrithik, the personality, and hence authenticity and organic sort of storytelling comes to the fore when it comes to brand building. The part of the business where you need to be both practical and transparent, I feel. Because if you are a brand for the masses, you cannot peg yourself a notch above Nike, a notch above New Balance and say, hey, this quality, that quality. Only because the celebrity is talking on your behalf, in your favor, you can't suddenly start commanding a premium. You have to play it right on the price attributes, on the other strategies and so on and so forth. So I feel both sides of the coins have to be balanced. One is the brand building aspect, which needs to be extremely authentic and organic so that every day is not an effort for the celebrity. It's a part, it's ingrained, it's a part of the system. And also the business needs to run in a very, very practical and transparent way so that the customers are aware that you're offering a quality which is at par with Nike, but you're selling at a cheaper price point because you don't have retail stores. And that is something that I have spoken in each of my interviews, saying the reason why I'm able to pass on the benefits to the consumers is because I don't have overheads, and hence I'm a cheaper brand, but I'm not compromising on quality, and yet I'm not for the athletes. So staying true to the spirit, saying you're meant for everyday athlete, you're not, talking the same language across the board through micro-influencers, working on user-generated content, featuring all of them in our campaigns alongside Hrithik. So if you see our campaigns in the past few years, a lot of real people have featured. They're all a part of the influencer community because the way we kind of work on our campaigns is we get them to become an extended part of the HRX family. They grow as the brand grows, they grow as the business grows, their followers, we kind of aid them in acquiring followers by reposting the content through the celebrity or through the brand page, by featuring them in the campaigns. So the end goal is not just improving their metrics or KPIs, the end goal is also becoming a certain somebody, a voice or a key opinion leader in the world of fitness. So we actually tend to work on each of our quasi-family members as an opinion leader or a thought leader in the industry. Now that strategy has really worked when it comes to instilling trust in the people. The campaigns are absolutely authentic and kind of created by people themselves at times. The one during COVID actually won us a YouTube award for the maximum number of organic views without any promotions, without any kind of marketing. That's because the real people featured in that campaign, it was actually a user-generated content-led campaign. So I guess these are the 4-5 things that we have kind of maintained throughout, which have made us a trustworthy and opinion-leading brand in the fitness industry.
Thank you, Pallavi. Thanks for your detailed, description on the entire scenario. Jahan, what would now my next question would be with you, saying that what are some alternative matrix or methods for measuring the success of this influencer campaign, beyond the engagement, and the follower growth. So what would be that?
I would say there are several metrics which one can think of depending on the nature of the campaign. So like I'll start with some examples. Like for us in the pharma sector, like if we are doing something with the influencer, it's not just the engagement which is happening with the influencer, but we would also see that what kind of conversations are picking up from there with the influencers. So the followerships are great if the person is, people are engaging with the post or whatever the influencer is throwing at. That's absolutely fine. But at the end of the day, if something is picking up in the clinic between doctors and the patients, the conversations about the disease, about the therapy or what needs to be done, if that's getting picked up, that's also a success for us. At the end, of course, the share of voice, the brand, the kind of traffic which is growing on the brand page, or the traffic which is, coming to the brand through different, touch points. It's something which is defining the success of the influencer metric.
And how do you, incorporate the qualitative research methods into this influencer campaign?
So we usually, of course, we do the market research, which is pre-campaign and post-campaign. Also, we measure it with the tools which are nowadays readily available. So the AI tools help us to monitor what is the campaign doing. So right from the influencer impact to the kind of promotions or whatever things are going on, we at least get to know that if that is really working for us or not. And other thing for us is not just that the mass audience, for the mass audience, definitely the celebrity or whosoever the personality is an influencer. But at the end of the day, in the household, even a mother is an influencer. So, mother is someone who is looked upon, right? So, I can say that you see ads, Dettol or any other brands, like they always target the mothers because they are the, the face who is going to take care of the family from the health point of view, hygiene point of view. So, the mother is the first influencer which starts from home. Definitely the doctors, like Sunil mentioned, they too are the influencers because majority of the conviction which the doctors can build, it's something which none of the advertising channels can do. Because at the end of the day, certain brands, certain products in pharma, the doctors are the, advocators, they are the one who would at least push for that this is the best thing for you or your child or whatever the thing is. So I think influencer parameters are at different levels and the metrics can be defined in these manner, the nature of the campaign.
And just a question which I'll throw open for you guys. What role, can AI or a machine learning play in, measuring the effectiveness of the influencer campaigns, basically? So, if you would you like to answer? Yeah.
I'll just take it up because I have a very contrarian view when it comes to creating an influencer campaign. It always starts or stems from a strategy. Strategy is difficult to feed into a system. However, you can use machine learning to create designs, or what I mean is to design your campaign, a machine learning tool can come in handy, which essentially takes you to the mouth of the funnel. It gives you the short list. You crawl around and you identify, okay, this is my set worth talking. But when it comes to identifying, drilling down, working hand in glove, I genuinely feel that a human interface is priceless, is irreplaceable no matter how advanced AI gets, because what you generate out of it is what actually feeds into the brand in the most sort of relatable way. So
I think I'll add on into this, and because we're working with a lot of technology today and developing a lot of tools parallelly when we work on this entire piece. Yes, like Jasmine mentioned that yes, it requires the human touch, but I think when it's come to the entire measurement, like you're saying, the impact piece, I think that's it's gonna play a role. And then ultimately over the time, what will happen, that what is working for you, what is not working for you, which even today, a lot of time, human have to spend a lot of time to analyze whether this campaign really worked right. So after maybe one campaign, two campaign, three campaigns, you will have this, your top 100 creators where you just go them and give them a campaign and they start performing for you. So that analysis will be definitely taken care. And I think AI is now everywhere embedded. So it starts throwing data and data start making sense for all of us.
In fact, I just want to like to add something. Very valid points, of course, but there is also a growing trend, and specifically in Far East countries like China, Japan, when I was there, it is called as virtual influencers, right? And this virtual influencers is something that is going to be the biggest benefits which will take from the AI bandwagon that is going on right now. I personally think that AI is just a tool. What we feed into that, actually what strategy that we make in the boardrooms, and you use that tool to do work faster, to get things move faster. That is the best use case of AI. And I believe when we were discussing a campaign targeted towards kids, right? The campaign is called Toughies. We talk to kids who are from 1st standard to 5th standard. And we wanted to build affinity with them. Now they are not going to understand a brand. They are not going to understand if I'm going to talk to them about, say, inhaler usage or a device technique. But they will have a very strong affinity to a cartoon character, right? They might not understand the nuances that why is mama giving me this inhaler. But if I see that my friend is reading a comic book with these lovely characters into it in a fictional place, and you give a moral out of that, I think that is something that will follow. And this can be easily created with AI these days, whereas earlier we used to draw everything by hand. It saves a lot of time and energy and money, right? So I think these are the pockets where AI can make a very strong impact, specifically in this emerging trend of virtual influencers.
Thank you. Thanks, Amit. My next question will be for Geet. Geet, what are the benefits and challenges of exclusive partnerships between the brands and the influencers? So if you could throw some.
Yeah, I think I feel there are very two distinct features about health and wellness marketing specifically, which is different from a regular marketing. One, it's obviously outcome based and it takes time. And two, I think the burden of proof on outcomes is quite high on marketing. But the tricky part is that it's very easy to make claims, right? And ours is a trust deficient country, and especially the kind of TG that we are reaching out to via influencers are very evolved audiences, right? So I think the one obvious benefit is that if you stick to a particular influencer that is vouching for your particular platform or for your service or product, I think it builds a lot of trust versus the influencer every other day coming and promoting some other product. So I think that reach that you get from the influencer, you also start building trust with that. So that's, I think, the obvious benefit. I think the other non-obvious benefit that I realized is, like, as brand custodians, I think in the initial days I used to get very happy when I find an influencer who is excited and has a lot of conviction and sees the brand and the proposition like you see. But the tricky part or the other side to that is that these people also come back and say, yeah, let's tweak this, ye change kar leta. And it's very hard as brand custodians, that's very scary for us. Like, no, this is what we want you to say, right? So finding an influencer that understands and aligns with your brand values and is also aligned to how you want to say it, I think it's a godsend gift if you find someone great and then stick with that person versus finding different people and going through that cycle again, which I felt was a very practical thing that we noticed over time, which gave us a lot of benefit, which I realized over doing it a couple of times, right? So I think that's the second non-obvious benefit. Now the challenges, of course, is justifying the ROI, because obviously for exclusive partnership, when you category block particular influencers, then they also charge you higher. So figuring out whether this influencer will work for you or not work for you, and then justifying a lower ROI for that, to which you potentially don't know how it might turn out to be, is obviously a tricky part. So that's the challenge that I feel is there. And second is, obviously in today's day and age, influencers also get cancelled a lot, right? Like, they have their own personal opinions, they talk about a lot of other different things, and if an influencer gets cancelled, it's upon the brand to realize or take a call whether you want to stick with that influencer or not, through thick and thin, right? So I think that's a tricky challenge that we've also seen in the past, and then you need to take a call whether you want to stick with that influencer or not.
So do you think so that long-term relationship with the influencer, does it exist, or does it like in the brands like HRX, the brands are like completely, there's a different scenario. But I'm especially when it comes to the other brands, I mean, what do you mean where do you see the sustainability or the long-term relationship happening with the brand?
Do you want to add something, Pallavi, first?
No, I just wanted to say to what you're saying, Geet, thanks to the advent of the long-term relationships with influencers, there are alternate retail structures which are also kind of emanating, which is of great advantage to businesses and brand managers and marketing managers. Now, most of these influencers are ready to collaborate on revenue share as well, which was something which was unheard of. So if you don't want to top load your campaigns, and if you want to sort of give it some time, and I feel that's a wiser thing to do, because any campaign needs that kind of incubation, warm up, where people start catching on, start relating, the relationship between the celebrity and the brand. It's a good enough time, 6 months to 1 year, where the influencer is willing to work with you exclusively on a revenue share model is a great win-win for both parties, I feel.
I think I'll add on to this, in particular to our health as an industry. I think I'm trying this from last 2 years, if you really ask me. And every time when we select somebody, we say, you do 5 posts for us, 2 will perform, 3 will not perform, and then you automatically lose the confidence the creator. And so it's a too dynamic environment today that even the content creator are facing, where their content is sometime performing, sometime not performing, and this put you in situation, do you really want to put so much of money by blocking these top 10 or top 20 creators? So bits and pieces you can try, but I think largely when I'm speaking to a lot of people like us, it's not happening, even today.
But to answer your question, I do think I'm a strong believer in that. Like Lisa Mangaldas is one influencer that we used to work with at very early days, and we collabed with her a couple of times, and we had an exclusive partnership with her, and I think both of us benefited a lot, because the other thing is that influencers also have a very strong and good pulse of their followers, and if their followers are your consumers, I think the other benefit is that you also get a lot of insights from them sometimes, which maybe a lot of times are blind spots for us because we are too close to the brand or too close to the proposition. So I've definitely seen a lot of benefit coming in by having exclusive partnerships, because A, the conviction is very high in the influencer as well. And I think it's all about conviction, right? Because consumers or users can see that whether this is just a promotion or is the influencer really believing in the product and the service or not.
So you're saying that basically the creative freedom in the basically the sponsored content matters a lot, and or does it hinder, how does it work basically?
It's a very touchy topic, because that's usually the discussion that we end up having with influencers, where there's a fight and like in AR, I think I know my followers want this, I think this is how we should say it, and then we come in and say, oh no, this is how we know you want it. So it's a very thin line. I think I think that's what makes it interesting, that how do you find the balance, and therefore if you're able to find somebody who gets exactly what you want to say and is also aligned to it, then I think you should just go all in on that person.
I would just add to that, having more of a raw or organic kind of a creative works the best, because today your audience has become very smart. It's not like the audience in the 90s that any damn actor can come and just say anything. It's like they see what the kind of personality the influencer has, whether that matches with the brand. Is it he living by that particular thing which he's endorsing? So all those things matters, and I feel that the creative, again, if it's more organic or raw in nature, works the best.
So my next question would be for Amit. Amit, what are the key elements of a successful co-creation strategy, and how can brands ensure the influencer creative freedom?
Thank you for this question. I think this is what we discussed at backstage as well.
Yeah, so I just wanted I think you yeah, go ahead.
That eventually a long-term tie-up with an influencer leads to co-creation, and in most cases it does. And I believe co-creation, it really works when you see your influencer as a partner in your journey. If it is just a tick mark, then it won't work. I think the greatest example of co-creation the world has seen, according to me, will be Air Jordans, where Nike partnered with Michael Jordan, and it created history. It resulted in billions and billions of dollars, right? I think what we are seeing right now, if I take examples of other type of co-creation, which might not lead to direct sales, but let's take example of Red Bull. The way Red Bull chooses its influencers in that particular space, high adrenaline sports, is crazy. Let's take example of another brand in the same genre, let's say like GoPro. GoPro also has a very specific set and choices. They try to read out what the people in that space are doing, and they try to go and have a tie-up with them. So it is not just about tying up for the sake of it. I'll tell you one more example, and this will be from the pharmaceutical industry, specifically in prescription space. So one of the campaigns that we run, it's called Berog Zindagi, which is about changing the perception of India towards asthma and inhalation therapy. Right? Now we want more and more people to come out and say to the world that yes, they are an asthmatic, and yes, nothing is holding them back. They live a Berog Zindagi. But because of societal stigma and myths, they refrain from doing that. We have a list of sports personalities who we know for a fact that they are asthmatic, but as soon as we approach them, despite people, who has decent level of education, they still shy away from doing this, right? And that's where we kind of internally had a strategy change. So we try to put it in this way. I think co-creation also works in this way, where you try to see the pain if your brand or your solution is not there in the life of that influencer. And can you bring out that pain? The second way of seeing that would be if my brand or my campaign is associated with a particular influencer, will it be pleasurable to that influencer? So it's either that pain or pleasure areas that you have to identify that leads to a successful co-creation, I would say. Otherwise, it will be tick mark. And this is a very, very good trend that I have personally observed, specifically in Middle East, where influencers have now become entrepreneurs by launching their own makeup brands. It is a trend that we are seeing in skincare. It is a trend that we are seeing aggressively in hair care. Companies like Dabur are doing co-creation with some Middle Eastern celebrities and all. And this is only going to grow because of this community, which is very aggressive and has a large influence. I am sure that down the line, even in pharma, to some extent, this can happen, specifically in creating awareness campaigns, high volatile awareness campaigns that we do. I see this as a trend with long-term relationships. So that's my take on co-creation. If anyone would like to add.
So I think a very valid point, and I think this is our the current strategy which we have built for the CFO Cetaphil. So globally, so no TV ads, no digital ads, it's only advocacy-based marketing. This is what we'll be looking at as a strategy, and I think in India we already doing this very well, and I think some of the people in this room already know that in April Cetaphil was trending on Twitter, although the brand is not on Twitter. And the first question was that why Cetaphil is trending on Twitter, and then the conversation is happening, and then we also realize the conversation happening and it's happening positive, so we then just fueled it with more memes, and people are keep sharing memes. But why this trend has happened? Because in last 2 years there's a lot of influencers collaboration has happened, which actually triggered a lot of organic interactions about the brand. And I'll give you an example. There is a creator, his name is Rohit Sachdeva, and he runs a beauty shop in Delhi. So he started with making videos. So he created a video about Cetaphil, 4 products, and it's a Hindi video, and then he started that video. He had roughly 600k followers. So video started trending, his followers started trending. By the time video reached to 25 million, he had 1.5 million followers. So as the brand grow, a lot of content creators realize that, and today when we see, let's say in a quarter we're doing 100 collaboration, we see organically 200 people are also talking about the brand, and then we reaching out to them, and we saying, okay, let's do a paid collaboration. The content doesn't work. But when they're doing organically, it's work. So I think whatever we as trying to influence, I think there are influencers who also pick the conversation and start building brands organically, like we're saying. So those organic conversations makes the entire scenario better for any brand.
In fact, just to add so apart from influencers, there are also certain channels who act as influencers. If I say TVF was the biggest influencer during my college days when it got started with the content that they were doing at that point of time versus look at the influence that they are having now with the shows that they are doing, right? Similarly, Filter Copy as a channel, and a lot of these channels have the power. So brands are more and more associating towards this channel and creating the content, short-lived 5 minutes video where it's a heartwarming story and your product is, interwoven in that story itself. Instead of it becoming an ad, it becomes a content piece. So a lot of these channels and this kind of strategies are also emerging out.
I'll just add, I think co-creation is catching on in the field of marketing very, very actively, because if you just kind of backtrack and look at the influencers' modus of working, typically it is creator creating content, content creating community, and community generating commerce eventually, which is what is the dream that all of us live today, right? When you tie in, when you identify that right influencer whose community aligns with your own community, or rather brings in a new cohort that is wishful for you, I think there is no better way than to kind of co-create with them, because then you are allowing their audience to discover you and your audience to discover them as the opinion leaders, which works really well in the favor of brands and businesses today. So I think it's a very cost-effective and a great strategy to be deployed in today's day and age, where content is the king and everybody's consuming content, and especially where you have captive communities under these people. So like, I mean, look at Kim, look at Kylie, look at, the West has been doing this forever. There are tons of examples. Huda Beauty is not too old, which is the Eastern concept, but West, Ashton Kutcher, Halle Berry, Kim Kardashian, I mean the Kardashians, everybody kind of did this. Even today, the Gen Z has launched already. Whether you talk about Stranger Things actors in their 20s, or everybody's doing this very, very rapidly, because they're realizing the power of the captive community and how those community members can quickly translate into commerce for them.
So that brings me to the end of this session. If there are any questions you guys would like to ask our panelists, I mean, you could do so. Could somebody help with the mic, please? Yeah.
The question is for all the people on the stage. Do you think that most people are just fooling themselves when they're buying wellness products, which is not your fault, and it's as long as the bucks keep rolling and things are good, but they might take a gym membership and never go to the gym, and they might think that having green tea and brown sugar is going to make them lose weight, even though they might eat 5 cheeseburgers after that. So do you think it's a superficial thing, or do you think that people are really taking wellness very seriously?
So can I take this?
Yes, sure.
So some of them you can say superficial, but after COVID, I think all of us have started taking things very seriously, whether it's about our health. So if I can ask how many people are taking supplement here today, I think a lot of people will raise a hand, and even including myself. How many people consume whey protein? I think from panel you can find 3-4 people who will say this, yes we are.
You're not right.
Yeah, and then I'm
the sample set.
Yeah, and then I'm coming to the skincare. It's actually depends on what you're buying. If you're buying a genuine products which delivers a value what you're looking for, I think you will definitely use it. But if that does not deliver the value what you're looking for, then after maybe 10-15 days you will stop using it. And that's where it's become like, maybe you invested but you are not using. So it's completely dependent on where you're investing your money, and if it's worth, I think people start doing it.
Sir, also to add to what you asked, I feel personally wellness is not an impulse category. If you are veering towards wellness, it's not chewing gum. I mean, of course, you've had the intent, you've been sitting on the fence about something, and then if somebody comes along your way and says, hey, 1, 2, 3, I'm selling 2, maybe you should buy 2, not 1, 3. Probably you're likely to convert, but that's a consumer's discretion. But having said that, wellness, personally, it's a matter of discretion, internalization, and not impulse. So if you're there, that means you're there for a reason.
Thank you.
Just I would like to add one thing there, sir. So what happens is many a times influencer community gets things wrong. So they try to influence you towards products which might not work. And we have seen a lot of, I won't be taking examples, I'm sure all of us are well aware that many a times what happens is there is a certain product which doesn't have that kind of efficacy level to solve a problem. Yet because of the influencer community behind it, people starting talking about it, and they also don't know what they're talking about. So this misinformation, this hearsay is also leading to a very difficult state of mind for people. Right now, if I put 5 wellness products in front of you, all 5 of them might work out. But then if there is a dissonance created in your mind in the first place about something, you will think everything is wrong. Right? So we have to be very, very mindful of what we are consuming, where this information is coming from, even if it is coming from an authoritative influencer. Perhaps do your background, do your research first on that, or consult your doctor straight away.
Anyone else? Could somebody pass on the mic there, right behind?
Hello everyone. Where you've guys, all of you have spoken so much about long-term, partnerships with influencers or celebrities. There's also an entire wave of people who believe that if a brand is associated to a specific influencer, or if there's some content created there, it's a paid content, and the information there might not be the right information, rightly what Amit just mentioned. So how do, as a brand, how do you take that call where you actually don't cross the line of becoming a brand that is paying multiple influencers to create content, but you're also taken seriously because this content that you're creating is the genuine results of your brand?
I would like to answer that. Just like what I said earlier, make your content more believable, make it raw, organic in nature. Rather than make it promotional, make it conversational. And if that has been done, mindfully, then I think people will definitely look at it as not something which has been advertised, but something which has been thrown at you as an information.
So I think I'll give you one example from our brand itself. So any social media post, any collaboration we do, we have to mention whether it's a sponsored or collaborated, or there is a hashtag which says ad. Despite of that, you see that today we have generated so much of buzz about the brand that we hit the #1 skincare brand in the country. It's all because of what you speak is true about your own story, about your own brand, people do believe.
And if I'm not mistaken, it also depends on the kind of an influencer you choose. I still remember we did a very interesting campaign, especially in the oral health for UK. The brand is CB12, and the influencer that we chose was Singing Dentist. That guy is fantastic with his the way he comes up with things, and he promotes his own channel. He's like wherein he's talking about the oral health and not. And I think today most of the oral health brands have got connected with him, and there's a lot of believability, and he also discusses anything that goes across on his channel. Whether it is genuinely there, not there, before putting anything there. So it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Pallavi, you were saying something. Yeah.
I didn't get your name, but could you just...
Bhavik.
Bhavik, I wanted to pick an example of something which was an application product for swimmers, which we recently did. Number one, because it's a product for swimmers, you must talk to swimmers and let them try the product first, which they tried and loved. They understood the benefits themselves. Then we created content which, how Jahan said, was not overproduced. You give those guys the creative liberty to use it in their daily life to come up with their own sense of advocacy. As in, if you're telling a friend, how would you kind of talk about this product? Your swimmer friend. So it was very cohort specific. It is not highly produced. And तीसरा, it can't be selu yaar. If you keep selling your product in any communication today, the first one to cancel out will be you and me. जैसे ही आप खोलोगे आपका Instagram, आप पहले swipe करोगे ये तो बेच रहे हैं. So it's about what benefits can you offer to the consumer. The moment you start creating consumer-centric ideas, where nowadays there's a term that my agency uses a lot, saying we need to offer the consumers infotainment through the content. And that has stuck with me, saying every piece that's going out should be borderline infotainment, ताकि कोई खोले तो सही, पढ़े तो सही, देखे. That's the whole idea. So now you have to veer towards that. And fourth, as brands, I don't know if all the brands follow this. I'm sure around this table everybody must be. But we are very wary of the regulatory body called ASCII, which calls out every shit that you put out on social media, especially if you're talking through the influencers and celebrities. So if you keep these guardrails in check, then I think your content has a higher chance of not getting cancelled and kind of getting taken back.
Sure. You still get a lot of notices from ASCII, so you have to reply back to them very, very regularly.
Sure. Thanks.
So we'll take one last question in the interest of time. If there is one, then we can, yeah. We cannot hear you. Is the mic working? Please, can you check?
Hi everyone. First of all, I love what you guys have been doing on the internet. Like, I love those content pieces. My team follows you, everyone. My question is actually, there is this mandate where Supreme Court has asked all of these brands to self-declare or do a certification kind of a thing for all of these sponsored content. How are you guys planning on going about it? I think there was a hearing a couple of weeks back. So how are you guys planning on going about it?
So if I may, and specifically I know the pain there. So I think it's a good thing, first and foremost. You see, after COVID or during COVID hit, I literally saw ads of shirts जो promise कर रहे हैं कि मतलब इससे आपको COVID resistance मिलेगा. That's the extent of things. I saw a lot of ads which are cure for diabetes. How can diabetes be cured? It's a chronic disease. Otherwise it would have been an acute disease. Right? There are a lot of talks about reversal and people talking about miracle drugs and everything. I think this is what tipped them off in the first place. And I believe it's a good sign for brands who really walk the talk with their communication. It is absolutely a right step in the right direction that let's be open and let's disclose so that misleading products, misleading claims and the reason why wellness industry has a certain negative attribution to it. I think over a period of time, once this claims and everything and the news is tightened around regulation, then it's a positive step in the right direction.
So I think I'll add on to this what he's saying. It's good for us. Literally, if you ask us in health and wellness space, because whatever communication we put out, it's genuine. Whatever claims we put out, there's a data to back that up. So it's good that everybody now start following that process, that whatever you're saying has to be genuine. And I will share a very recent case, just a week old. Everybody knows that why sunscreen is important and it can help you even to skin cancer. Everybody knows, and there are data. There's a lot of global data available. So one of our product, sunscreen, has been picked up from Amazon. And there is one line written, and we already gotten a complaint on that why this has been written. So now we are replying with a lot of data to ASCII. But there is a data to back that up. So it's good for us.
Okay, one last question from the
My name is Sandesh. What is budget contribution to development of our industry?
I'm sorry, did not get that. Can you repeat, please?
What is budget contribution to development of our industry? This industry, healthcare industry.
Budget has reduced. Who's saying? Which agency is saying? I think, and I'll tell you from my experience, I'm throughout just doing digital. And I have worked in traditional companies till today. So a lot of you know the brand. I'm just telling the name again, Cetaphil. The entire brand has been built on digital and influencer marketing. TV and traditional media is not even 10%. Most of our spend goes into only influencer digital activations, roughly 70%, and I'm not denying. And whereas in my earlier career, when let's say 10 years behind, the digital budgets were like, let's say 10%, 15%, 20%, and 70% to the rest of the media. But I think there is as the industry is booming, I think every brand is trying to jump on that and try to get the pie. So budgets are obviously increasing.
And also about shifting media consumption habits, right? Earlier, prior to COVID, it was a different scenario. After COVID, it's a different scenario. After Jio came into the country, broadband becomes a commonplace, 4G becomes a commonplace. So people are going to shift more and more. It's not a choice that we decide that, okay, इस बार हम TV को undermine कर देंगे, सिर्फ digital पे डालेंगे. It's not like that. It's where the eyeballs are. It's where our target groups stay. If we want to do TV, we can still do TV. It's about the campaign and the audience.
And I think the macro data also supports it. Like this industry itself in India alone is like a $250 million industry, the content creator industry, and it's growing at a CAGR of 15-20% year on year. So even I agree, I don't see this going down even from a brand side, we are only over-indexing our spends on influencer marketing rather than reducing as we are scaling?
You know, since COVID, there is this proliferation of D2C business, digital first businesses, which only spend on digital activations and marketing. And there is barely any scope for, I mean, FMCG brands spend a lot on television still, but spraying and praying has stopped since the time we learned the art of measuring ROAS through. So this digital field continues to attract more and more and higher budgets, because this is where you can track your spends, this is where you can evaluate your performance, this is what creates and comes back and sits in your feedback loop very easily, you get analytics. So I don't think we're reducing our budgets in the future, it's only going to go up, and traditional media rather is kind of falling short because a lot of us are digital first.
So I would like to thank Kashish, Pallavi, Sunil, Jahan, Geet and Amit. Thank you for taking time.
Thank you.
And hand over the baton to Rahul.
Check. So they muted my mic. Can you have a loud cheer for such a wonderful panel discussion right here? I request the team to step forward for a quick picture. And may I also request Senior Editor for Exchange for Media, Kanchan Srivastava, to join in this photo op and to hand over the mementos. I think the applause should continue because this is the league of uncommon gentlemen and women coming together for the very first time right here at the Health and Wellness Marketing Conference 2024 by Exchange for Media. Kanchan, join in the picture, please. This one picture I'll love to be a part of because I know a lot of people standing here on stage. A big round of applause, everybody. Zordar taaliyan. And with this, I'd request Kanchan to hand over the mementos to our panelists and to our session chair. And can we have a loud cheer for all our panelists, right from Mr. Amit Patel. A big round of applause for Mr. Amit Patel. Geet Rathi it is, Jahan, Mr. Sunil Nath. A big cheer for Kashish Madan. A big cheer for Pallavi Barman. And special thanks to Vineet Bakchandani for conducting this session. A lot of offstage chat that was happening in the room right here, so we're going to catch up with a lot of fun. A big round of applause for our panelists, everybody, and a big cheer for Kanchan as well. Thank you so much, Kanchan, for doing the honors. With this, ladies and gentlemen, yes, the excitement continues, but make sure, well, you keep on sharing your pictures, your photos that you've, clicked using the hashtag E4M Health and Wellness. And along with this concludes our conference for today. But before that, I'd also like to thank our lanyard partner, MyFM, India's local FM network. Let's have a listen to their jingle right away.
Introducing first time on radio, Sugar Kumar.
Hey Rahul, picnic is so much fun.
Right, yaar. Take these chips and cool drinks and enjoy.
I have stopped consuming these junk food and carbonated drinks completely.
Why? Don't you like the taste?
This is the mistake we all do. Just for taste, we take junk food and cold drinks. Whereas in reality, we must take a balanced diet and fresh fruits and must avoid sugary things so that we don't become Sugar Kumar.
Yes, he will be saved from becoming a Sugar Kumar. For you also to avoid becoming a Sugar Kumar, let's listen to the advice of the doctor.
Hello everybody, I'm Dr. Dhruvi Hasna.
Well, I didn't put my name into the campaign, but yes, that concludes our conference for today. We hope you've gained valuable insights and ideas to implement in your respective fields. We invite you to join us for the evening at E4M Health and Wellness Marketing Awards 2024, starting sharp at 6 p.m. And let's celebrate the achievements and innovations in health and wellness industry, redefining it together. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day and the evening. Also, yes, use the hashtag E4M Health and Wellness.
even for the awards. So please keep posting and don't forget to tag @Exchange for Media on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook and X. Thank you so much. This is RJ Rahul Mandal signing off. See you at the awards.